Muy buenos días a todos y a todas, a todas y a todos. Es un placer estar aquí con todos ustedes aquí en esta sala, Previs, para poder dar inicios a la 12ª reunión de la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas de la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe. A continuación vamos a proceder a la inauguración de la 12ª reunión de esta conferencia y quiero hacer la presentación en la testera. Nos acompaña nuestro secretario ejecutivo de la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, José Manuel Salazar Chiriná. Buenos días, secretario. Nos acompaña Marco Lavaña, el director del Instituto Nacional de Estadística y Censos del INDEC de la Argentina, país que está ejerciendo la presidencia de la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas de la CEPAL. Nos acompaña también en la virtualidad desde Nueva York nuestro amigo Stefan Schoenfest, el director de la Dirección de Estadística de Naciones Unidas. Muy buenos días, Stefan. Y también nos acompaña el secretario ejecutivo adjunto para la Administración y Análisis de Programas de CEPAL, el señor Raúl García Buchaca. Es un placer, como les dije, estar con ustedes en esta inauguración y sin más, en ánimo de poder dar seguimiento a los tiempos, para dar inicio a esta inauguración, le pediré a nuestro secretario ejecutivo, José Manuel Salazar, las palabras de inauguración de su intervención en este proceso. Gracias, secretario.
Muchísimas gracias, Rolando. Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Quisiera saludar al señor Marco Lavaña, director general del Instituto Nacional de Estadística y Censos de Argentina y presidente de esta Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. Al señor Stefan Schoenfest, director de la División de
Stefan Schoenfest, Director of the United Nations Statistics Division of the United Nations, the authorities of the National Statistical Institute, central banks, and producers of official statistics, colleagues from the United Nations, international and regional agencies, dear friends of the statistical community. Please receive my welcome words to this 12th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, the ECLAC. We're very happy to receive you here after different virtual meetings on occasion of the restrictions imposed by the pandemic, and our special greetings to the ones who are virtually connected, who haven't been able to be here in person. Although the health emergency is vanished, the consequences are still here. ECLAC has presented the economic study for this year, describing a macroeconomic context which is very complex for this region. We're still experiencing inflation, although in the year 2023 we can see some relief with a reduction of inflation rate, but this is still in the levels that will remain over 2024. Growth economic level 1.7 is estimated for this year at 1.5 for 2024, very low, which will present a deceleration of the employment, and is an area which will affect the quality of employment, where workers will be exposed to vulnerabilities in terms of social protection. But if we look back in 2020, we can see that the region has experienced a low growth disease, as we may call it. Since 2014, the average growth from 2014 to 2023 is 0.8% per year. This is less than 2% that the region grew over the last decade during the 80s. With this, we are going to commit the social peace. We are going to be increasingly unequal and violent societies. We are going to have millions of migrants, and we are going to affect democracies, or at least we are running the risk of a democratic deterioration, because this is incompatible with a stagnation and citizens without hope for a better future. And it's even more difficult to build a better future with such a low growth rates. Then we can add the need to face the macroeconomic impact, a better approach to the financial risks, and more financial mobility in line with the development banks and better mechanisms for the debt relief. However, not everything is dark outlook. At ECLAC, we have different approaches to take charge of the big transformations required by our development models, including transformation and sustainable growth, which is also inclusive. One of our proposals is to scale up the productive development policies in 14 or 15 dynamizing sectors, including electromobility, circular economy, pharmaceutical industry, life science, export of services, modern business services enabled by internet, gender equality, sustainable tourism, food security, and others. So for these and other public policies, statistics to make public policies which are based on evidence are essential. Unfortunately, in the context of the multiple recent shocks, the national statistical offices have also faced various challenges, especially the ones who have been focused on gathering population census and housing census as well. Population census represents an operational and logistical challenge, which is very important, because of the magnitude of this process. And there is also a challenge to call upon the support of the economy to receive people in charge of a census. And we not only have the political support to avoid that this process, which should be of public interest and cross-sectional, could turn into an area to question the government in power. Official statistical are indispensable for proper functioning of societies and democracy. They are necessary for proper design and implementation of public policies, favoring the proper focus of this and better use of public resources as well. On the other hand, communication of official statistics contribute to access of information by the citizens, strengthening one of the main pillars of the right to freedom of expression. So this should be done in line with the essential principle of official statistics. This is related not only to the different phases of the reproductive process, such as collection, processing, or dissemination of information, but also statistical institutionality. It's desirable to have a national statistical office as the main authority, which is a professionally independent agency having access to data provided by public and private sector to produce the official statistics in the end. So it's important to have the regional code of good practices in statistics for Latin America and the Caribbean, which update is going to be expected to be approved in this meeting. Recent changes, such as the growing availability of administrative records and new sources of data provided by the private sector, make necessary that the production of official statistics continues to benefit the users through timely figures, providing new lights about the challenges of economic, environmental, and social development. Very briefly, some topics that will be covered, which in this session that requires some joint actions. One of the things of urgency is to care about the problems related to the environmental crisis. Among the symptoms, we have the loss of biodiversity and ecosystems, contamination, also a threat posed by climate change with increasing impacts. These crises make evidence the problems of inequality affecting the region and the world. On the one hand, the impact of the climate change are having impact on the less developed countries, which are less prepared to face these adverse impacts. This situation is expressed in the countries where the richest country produces more emissions, per capita emissions, while the poorest sectors are in the opposite side. On the other hand, a sub-region of the Caribbean is especially vulnerable in environmental terms as we have climate change together with the consequences. Clearly, disasters are more frequent and more serious. Given the consequences of this crisis, it's crucial to make progress towards strengthening environmental crisis, climate change, and disaster in the region as well, to have data to focus in a better way the policies as well as resources. Although in 2 decades we have had progress in this area, development is still incipient, and our commitment from ECLAC is to contribute to promote environmental statistics of climate change and disaster, to exchange of experiences and learning in regional fora like this one, having the technical direct support of the contributors. Another aspect of contribution from ECLAC is the Agenda 2030 is in line with the motto of leaving no one behind. And this is a statistical challenge as well that you are very clear about, and you have been working to serve the most vulnerable groups. So it is essential to have disaggregated indicators according to different features of the populations and geographical distribution as well. These are one of the topics which are going to be discussed in this meeting: disaggregated statistics, compiling information from different sources such as global surveys, administrative resources, and satellite images as well. I would like to highlight the contribution of ECLAC to contribute to spreading geo-referentiated information, especially including geospatial dimension through CEPAL-STAT, which allows to envisage statistical data with different spatial disaggregation level, and implementation of CEPAL-GEO, which offers a set of technical tools to have access to different information sources, geospatial information sources, and promote their use and decision-making processes in the region. We hope that these progresses add to the work that's been done in different countries to set up a different progress in terms of dissemination of this information. Apart from this one, the Statistical Division of ECLAC is also undertaking different activities to strengthen regional strengthening of statistical economics. And in October, we are going to have the national account seminars discussing international classification, innovation, economic statistics, and the elaboration of input product metrics, among others. And we will continue building the data repository, compiling information of public policies in line with productive development. Before closing my words, I would like to thank the member countries of the Statistical Conference of the Americas for the active participation in this community and valuable cooperation made through the different working groups, the ones which are finishing the cycle of this conference, the ones which are beginning with new activities to set up with products based on the international interpretation. Thank you for the commitment and conference. The Statistical Conference of the America today is the main regional forum for cooperation, so the countries and international agencies can work all together in a joint manner, looking for common solutions to the statistical challenges. I wish you a fruitful conference and an excellent results. Thank you so much for your attention.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you, José Manuel Salazar, Secretary of ECLAC, for your remarks. I forgot to introduce the Secretary of the Commission, Luis Yáñez, whom you all know very well. So apologies for not introducing him other by time. Having said that, I'd like to invite now Marco Lavagna, the Director of the National Institute of Census and Statistics, INDEC Argentina, that country that has the chair of the Statistics Commission for the Americas for ECLAC. So you have the floor. Thank you, Rolando. I'm going to greet Luis first. First, to greet everyone. More than the roles we play. I'm greeting you as my friends, colleagues, in this challenge, which is statistics. So, José Manuel Salazar, Rolando Campos, Stefan, who is with us virtually. I'd like to greet you all, and ECLAC and the technical. To see all face to face. And it affected, if you wish, the type of relationship we establish usually in this conference, the statistics conference. On the one hand, we were close because of the virtual means, Zoom, and the number of meetings we've held, such as the creation of the RCT that has allowed us to exchange so much more. But it also created distance in terms of the personal relationships and the type of engagement we have when we travel abroad and during breaks and coffee breaks, in which we are able to continue to strengthen the genesis of this conference, which is cooperation, the coordination among statistics bureaus, and specifically with a view of the region, in the sense that we can find the different solutions amongst ourselves, which must be flexible to our realities, to our different starting points, because each country has its own peculiarities, its own difficulties and virtues, and I believe among us all, and in this conference, it will be useful to learn from the experiences of the different countries. And most of all, as a region, we can start discussing what is the role that we play facing the world, facing the rest of the regions. The fact that we have a seat at the United Nations, the fact that we have engagement with the CPI program, the whole influence we may have in each one of the international organizations in which we are able to carry the message of the region, we need to take that advantage. Many times, it would seem statistics are quite far from discussions that are outside the realm of the methodologies that we discuss. However, I've heard our executive secretary just now saying things about statistics, environmental statistics, and how important it is to make progress in the measurement of environmental statistics, and being able to show the reality of how climate change is affecting everyday lives of everyone. But this also has a very important significance for all of our countries. Discussions regarding financing. José Manuel just talked about the need to discuss about funding, debt structures, the role of multilateral organizations, development banks. And more we hear about how these organizations deal with statistics or the achievement of environmental goals. And that's when statistics bureaus or offices must play a role, not only because of the most important matters, which is to measure the issue itself, but also because there's a significant impact of that on the discussions that seem outside of the realm of these offices, but it's part of their work. Same thing we heard from Jose Manuel when he talked about the impact of inflation, and this is the impact of SPI. But once again, SPI once again is used to determine whether a country is a low, medium, or high income country, and that has other implications on funding, for example. So what do I mean by that? The voice of the region needs to be heard. We need to have a challenge as a Conference of the Americas to be able to have a very active participation in international fora, very active in the sense of the discussions that need to take place, the region engagement with the different methodologies that are adopted. Another example, the new manual on GDP. We must have the discussion. We must measure how we are going to measure informal economy. Many times we I want to be careful when I say sometimes we are led by the agenda coming from outside, and we as a region need to be able to also set the agenda, to have an impact on that agenda, or pushing the agenda that we want to further. And I believe that is the strength of this statistics conference, this cooperation among countries, and this search for joint flexible solutions that we must find. Clearly, our challenges as statistics bureaus are huge. One of the first challenges that each one of us faces in our own countries, how we are able to strengthen the statistics bureaus or agencies in the local context. Beyond what's international, we must also conduct strong work in strengthening national statistics systems. We are able to strengthen the governance of statistics systems. That political support that Jose Manuel just mentioned, specifically regarding census, has to do with the rest of the activities. There's more and more information. We have more data generators, and that means that is a significant effort. Administrative records, of course, are huge challenges for the future, and that needs to be addressed from the point of view of methodology and from the point of view of strategy in terms of how we provide more and faster responses, because governments are requesting real-time information, and statistics offices, our processes, we have our own methodologies, our own schedules, and sometimes those do not match with what a society or the different governments request. And I believe that is the challenge we face in terms of how we use administrative records, which, after all, or at the end of the day, would allow us to hasten the timing. We need to be careful, but administrative records, at least this happens to us in Argentina, records are great. We have lots of them, but they are administrative. They are not statistical records, and that entails a significant amount of work that we need to do at the statistics bureaus or authorities. There's methodological work that we need to conduct, but there must also be work done with our human resources, how we train our staff in our offices, how we collaborate in terms of the capabilities of our organizations. And once again, this needs to this is a role that we must perform, and we need to help each other. That's why I said the importance of the knowledge transfer network, because this is what this has allowed us to look for capabilities, to build capacities, and to also collaborate among regions. We have a very tough challenge from the point of view of IT systems, and in what I said before regarding the role of the region in the world. In November, in Uruguay, there's going to be the Festival de Datos, Data Festival. In Colombia, the World Data Forum will take place soon. That's very relevant information regarding the region's position, but also behind that, there's a fundamental significance, which is a significance of the data, which is the revolution of data that we need to build. That needs capabilities, IT systems. It needs discussing the data stewardship, which seems to be kind of a far concept. How do we protect? How do we protect? How we collect data? How we take care of the individuality? How we care for the people who are behind those data? And that requires a significant amount of work. The challenge involved in social statistics, also Jose Manuel mentioned that as well. More and more, it's more difficult to develop social statistics, keeping those efforts from households for people to actually answer, and that requires a significant effort looking for new data sources such as administrative records, but also how we communicate with the users, both the more qualified or less qualified users, as well as with the people who are the ones taking part in each one of the surveys we do. And that means that we need to wonder, how do we establish communication, which is basically building trust among statistics bureaus on the data we develop, but also the trust that we need for them to answer our questions. And that's something we need to work on. The social networks have revolutionized the way we communicate. They revolutionize the way we what we see in the population census. All the countries we have seen, we saw how social networks actually play a role, sometimes in favor and sometimes against, and we need to be able to provide a response or an answer to this new demand for communication we have. And in that sense, I think we need to work a lot on literacy mechanisms for society, both journalists, for example, the different organizations, consulting firms, universities, academia that makes use of the information, and they break it down. I would have to be able to actually talk to my mother about statistics. If my mother doesn't understand what we produce, that will mean that there's going to be a growing distance with society, and we need to make that change, and we need to establish those links. And there's a huge challenge in that, which has to do with data as well, which is up to where we provide information. If I look back 10 years ago, statistics bureaus, we used to produce gross data on spreadsheets, or we would produce a thick report at the end of a year, and that was our role. And I believe we need to go a step forward, a step further. We need to produce the information, raw data, but we need to be able to facilitate the digestion of that data. That means a very fine balance between the data we produce and the analysis we conduct. What is the compromise or the balance between those? Well, that's not an easy or a single answer to that question, because as statistics bureaus, we need to produce data, and but we need to also interpret and analyze the data, or the data end up being substituted by other sources of information from the public sector, from the private sector, and once again, I highlight what we're going to see in Uruguay in next November, and we are really eager to participate. That is the importance of the data and how we are going to communicate those. So I believe we have that discussion between data and analysis and how we publish that. Geoportals, so ECLAC has worked exceptionally because we as Argentina have been able to implement a geoportal that was built with a great team, by the great team of ECLAC, and I believe other countries are following suit. And those dissemination mechanisms are great, because that means that you can add more visibility to the data. CEPAL Stat, I believe ECLAC Stat, I believe it's a great tool and we need to keep on growing it. Instruments like that. That is what will allow us to be closer to a larger society. Clearly, I am going over my time and I'm beating about the bush, I would say, but I think this needs to be part of the discussion. Methodologies, discussions in terms of how we produce statistics, but we must also have the capability of discussing ourselves, our role as a region, our role among the countries, and our role in terms of information generators that can be used by society. So thank you. Thank you very much for these 2 years in which we've been presiding this conference, and we hope we can have a very fruitful working session so that we can take advantage. Thank you. Thank you, Marco Lavagna, Director of INDEC Argentina, for your remarks, especially it's great that we have our Executive Secretary and our it's great that you are here and that we're working here. And without further ado, let me now offer the floor to Stefan Schweinfest. He is the Director of the Statistics Division of the United Nations. For him to give us his remarks. Stefan, I don't know if you're listening to us. Yes, I can hear you very well. You have the floor, Stefan. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, Rolando. Secretary General, Executive Secretary Jose Manuel Salazar, dear friends, Marco and Rolando.
Because it is easier for me when I'm talking about my work and our work. I'm very happy to be with you, even though it's only virtually for this 12th meeting. I was just thinking, I was at the first meeting in 2001, so I know that Sala Raul Prebic very well. I've been there many times. So it makes me a bit sad that I'm not there with you today, but I'm certainly with you in spirit and heart. And just look at what has happened over those 22 years. The community that you have built in Latin America. I'm in a community of professionals with the 12th session now, and a community of solidarity, I think. And we have seen that mostly during the difficult times of the pandemic. And challenges are not missing. Marco just laid them out for us. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Marco for his leadership in Latin America over the last 2 years. And I want to thank also my dear friend Rolando for inviting me and being a partner in crime all these years. We've been working on statistics and geospatial information for more than 10 years now. I was actually just checking, Rolando, we did the New York Marathon together 10 years ago, exactly today, this year. And so everybody should have been warned that they are dealing with two very determined elderly gentlemen here who are leading the global and the regional statistical program. And I'm looking forward to seeing you in Geneva at our UN system meeting, where you will not only represent CEPAL, but you are, as a bureau member, representing the regional perspective in the UN system discussions, and that's always very valuable. Regional and global, they are closely related. The regions, the 5 UN regions, are obviously the pillars of the UN system, the UN global statistical system, and the global system is, of course, a context for you. And I saw that when I looked at your agenda, I would call a beautiful overlap of topics. Of course, the topics that you are dealing with, we will be dealing with also at the Global Statistical Commission next year in March. And I have also just had the pleasure to participate on the Conference of European Statisticians a bit earlier this year. And I think there are a lot of topics that are in common, and I hope I can help also sometimes to make the link between the various regional commissions. Today, I want to take you on a short journey from where I am right now and where the global statistical system is right now. I want to start with a few reflections on the summit that we just had in New York this last week, this crazy week, and which is also a bit the political context for our work. Then I want to invite you to look forward to the Statistical Commission in 2024, and then even beyond that. So let's start with the summit. I mean, the summit was a high political event, and I can tell you I've been at the UN for a very long time, but data and also statistical and geospatial information were very, very prominent. I mean, normally with all the security and the difficulty to even go from one building to another, in New York, I'm sometimes trying to stay away from the summit, but there was no way I could do this time. I had many events, press conferences, and we are at the halftime of the SDGs. The news is not always good. We all know that. But I think the one good news was the recognition that data are critically important. And data are not only there to monitor the SDGs, but are an enabler of the SDGs. And it is data that we are talking about. This is much broader than statistics, and it includes big data. Marco alluded to this, geospatial information, and so on and so forth. I just want to tell you a little anecdote about the side event that we organized on data. First, the title was Data Gaps. Then somebody said that is too negative. Let's talk about the data dividend. So we invite people to invest into data, and there will be a dividend. We know that as professional statisticians. And we ended up calling our side event The Power of Data. So I think that's also a little bit reflection of our mindset. We are professionals. We work very hard to provide the best information, but we also need to be self-confident and sell our product and make sure that it is used and prominent in the political context. One element that popped up several times is the importance of solid data systems, the institutional and governance arrangements of data in countries. Marco also just mentioned the need. We talk about data stewardship for a strong national statistical office at the center of a data architecture, and that statistical office has access to the information of the government and the private sector and much beyond, and plays the important role of the guardian of data quality, and can maintain what I always call a data culture, and in particular can contribute also to a better data integration from the sources to the use, and that is something that is in high demand. One element that popped up last week during our summit was looking forward to the next summit that we will have next year in New York in 2024. It will be the Summit of the Future, and the one topic that is already on the agenda is GDP and beyond. I had informed you that I had the pleasure of working with the team, with the Secretary General, to prepare a policy brief that had 3 key recommendations: that we need to have a political commitment to look beyond GDP, that we need a process, an open and transparent and professional process to define possibly something like a dashboard of not more than 10 to 20 indicators that reflect the broad spectrum of progress, well-being, and sustainability. And I was very pleased in particular that the Secretary General was also accepting that we need not only a methodological debate and then stop there, but then when we have defined something that goes beyond GDP, whatever that will be, we need a period of capacity building so that countries can calculate whatever we are asking by themselves, that this is not calculated somewhere in a research institute. The power of GDP is that it is country owned. Every country calculates their own GDP, and whatever goes beyond has to stand on similar strong footings. So we will be working on that. One other thing that was prominent at the summit last week that we at UNSD, my office, were able to announce a new collaboration with Google's private-public partnership on data commons, bringing UN data together from the entire UN system. And ECLAC is, of course, a leading example, and they are part of our pilot study with Sepalstat and the very valuable and important integration of geospatial and statistical information, something that I feel very strongly about. And of course, this region is truly a leader, with Mexico and Brazil having two institutions, two countries where these two institutional responsibilities are fully integrated. So now looking forward to the Statistical Commission in 2024, in February, March, there will be one discussion on making the Commission more representative and inclusive. We had recently a webinar on that topic, and I invite you also as a region to contribute to that debate. As you know, the Statistical Commission has 24 elected members at this moment. That is the same number as in 1966, which is a long time ago, when we had a lot fewer members in the United Nations. 24 out of 193 members nowadays is a very small proportion, and there are only 4 Latin American seats, which leads to a situation where also the important sub-regions of Latin America, the Americas, are not appropriately represented. Actually, voices from the Caribbean region that started this discussion and draw our attention to the need to making the Statistical Commission in its core more representative and more inclusive. We, as you know, we will write a document on that, a paper, and there is a proposal of a resolution planned. And we would I would like to ask you to help us to help you in 2 important ways. One, when this paper circulates in October, to please comment and include your perspectives of what the Statistical Commission is and can do and should do, and how it can work better. And also, you, as we are asking as one of the measures of extending the Statistical Commission to possibly over 40 members, so that we have an assurance that all the various important sub-regions are represented in the Statistical Commission. But this will have financial implications, so we will need the support of your colleagues in the permanent missions in New York, because this will need to be taken from the statistical technical level to the political level. Now, talking about our statistical program for the Statistical Commission, there will be a lot. The 2025 revision of the system of national accounts is on the agenda. Climate change indicators, new census recommendations for 2025 to 34, GDP and beyond, I just mentioned it. We have created a new Friends of the Chair group that is looking at social and demographic statistics, and Graciela from Mexico is leading that effort, and countries from the region are part of this, and I'm very much looking forward to that. We should also not forget that 2024 will be the 30-year anniversary of our dear fundamental principles. So we will celebrate, but we also have work to do. You are talking these days about your code of good practices, which is very important, because we will also continuously have the challenge to not only have the fundamental principles, but to implement them, to make sure that each country in the world is following these very important professional guidelines and our professional business card, our professional ethics. And we have a lot of topics that have to do with data innovation, alternative new data sources, the data stewardship and data governance concepts, data quality, and the big one that is coming up on the horizons is the use of artificial intelligence for our job in particular, and for everything around us. So I want to look also a little bit beyond the Statistical Commission, and we have opened, I would say, in the last 10 years, the most important development was that we have moved from a very narrow statistical community to an open data ecosystem with many partners, including other producers of information and users of information. And we meet very frequently now in other formations. You mentioned the Uruguay Data Festival, where a team from my office will contribute with some of our big data work. We next year also have the IAOS meeting in Mexico, where we often talk about data ethics. This is also a long-standing partnership that we have had. And then we have, of course, our World Data Forum in Medellin in the last quarter of the year. So 2024 is really going to be a big data year, and it's a big year of the Americas because all of the important things are happening on your side of the world. So I hope I whet your appetite, not only to come to New York in March, but also to participate in all of these other important events that are really happening in your part of the world. I can only summarize by saying we are in an exciting place with all of our professional challenges, and we are an amazing professional community. You in the Americas are an amazing professional community. I'm privileged to be always part of your journey and doing this together. I wish you a very rich and substantive debate in the next two days. And I certainly wish you that you can enjoy the community, the statistical family, as we like to call it. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Stefan, por-
Thank you, Stefan, for your kind words.
Y si bien,
And
por aquí en la primera
although you were here in the first meeting, we hope to see you again
tantos años
and not have to wait so many years for you to come back again to visit the Previch room.
próximo año,
We hope
el
perhaps
próximo
next year or in a couple of years.
De esta manera, damos por finalizada ya las palabras y
And
el evento de la inauguración.
I would like to conclude the inaugural session. I would like to bid Stefan farewell, thanking him for his remarks. And I'd like to invite you all now for a group photograph. After that, we'll have a coffee break outside the room. And we will be back at 11:10 on the dot to resume our agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you, Executive Secretary, for being with us, and to all present. Thank you. Let's go to our photograph. We will be told where to go outside. Thank you. Or on that side. Thank you. They will guide us.
Por favor, si se pueden acercar a la zona de las banderas para tomar la fotografía. Muchas gracias. Por favor, si se pueden acercar a la zona de las banderas para tomar la fotografía y luego pasan al café. Muchas gracias.
Buenos días.
Thank you for coming back to this 12th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. This is a message for the delegations which are members of the CPA. You will see on the desk a text that is draft of resolution 13/12, which is resolution of the agreements of this conference that would be approved after the working sessions. And this text, in consultation with the chairmanship, and gathers the agreement. This is an exercise that covers what is going to be discussed here and the topics of the agenda that will be covered as well. So the idea is that you revisit this material. We can set up a deadline by tomorrow for 300 hours, so delegations having an additional comment or some complementary editing, and provided to Javier Mancero to be included in this resolution project. There is a lot of language that has been agreed already. The idea is that over the years, the consensus that have been reached should be kept in terms of language, text, and concepts. So this is going to be very familiar material for you. Well, the delegation having an additional complementary comment or someone who would like to make some corrections, please send an email to Javier Mancero up until 1400 hours tomorrow, Wednesday. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, we are going to knock the hammer. I like the hammer, but that's just going to be after the approval of the agenda. We will continue with the agenda. Now, we put the agenda for adoption. This was electronically distributed by the Secretariat. So you've got the LCCL one that has been prepared with in line with the ECLAC regulation called provisional statement. And so I put this to your consideration for subsequent approval. So if there is no comment, we consider then the agenda approved. Okay, continuing with the agenda, now we will continue with the first topic, which is strengthening environmental, climate change, and disaster statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean. I remind you that in each session, we're going to have a different presentation provided by the National Office of Statistics of the region, and at the end of these presentations, we will open the floor for comments or remarks from different delegations. The first one is strengthening environment, climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean, and then given the importance of producing the progress in statistical matters related to environmental change, climate change, and disasters with a view to strengthening national institution capabilities along the same topic. We're going to have 4 presentations. First, we're going to listen from Statistics Division of ECLAC, Joshina Alcantar, Head of Environmental Unit and Statistical Division of ECLAC. Then we will have INEGI from Mexico, Eduardo de la Torre, Director of Innovation and International Analysis, then the National Institute of Statistics and Information of Peru. Dante will make this presentation, and then we are going to have the National Office of Statistics and Information of Cuba, ONAI. Here we are going to have Juana Maria Pantoja. So I would like first to give the floor to ECLAC, Georgina. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to ECLAC in this initial session of this commission. We will begin with one of the topics which part of our activities, that is progress and challenges in environmental, climate change, and disaster statistics. I would like to highlight the words of the Executive Secretary and about the importance of these topics. For you, it's nothing new to recognize this demand for information and challenges that we are facing in the region in this regard. So the first review of the region and how we are in terms of these topics in our national offices.
¿Alguien me ayuda dándole siguiente, por favor, en lo que me cambian el mando? Bueno, empezamos comentando y retomando.
Well, we're going to begin by making reference of the importance of the environment, climate change in the region. We all know that sustainable development is not sustainable but consider the environmental pillar. But the environmental pillar is the weakest of the three pillars which are part of the sustainable development. And this weakness of this environmental pillar is due to the little environmental information that we have as part of the national statistical systems. The pandemic, together with the ecological crisis, remind us that we don't have much time. The Secretary General said last week that we have climate change in front of us, and we need to take actions in this regard. So it's necessary to have information quality available and updated to make better decisions in environmental statistics, as well as the other statistics, provide information on the structural, comprehensive, complete, and consistent manner. And they provide information about physical and socioeconomic aspects that depend on the environment. In line with the three pillars in terms of the economic and biophysical, if we don't have the environmental pillar in our sustainable development, economic and socioeconomic pillar facing the climate crisis will face problems of representation. Having reliable and quality information to better address the environmental and climate crisis in the region, this poses different challenges. Multi-domain information, all the years of experience in the region requires us to interact with other agencies, other ministries, institutions, and national government to have better remote sensing devices and new technologies, providing information with greater thematic, temporal, spatial disaggregation. As the of the Commission said, we have increasing information in sensors, satellites, but there are other sources of information also, which are these devices that we all have with us. And we have information from these devices, from cellular phones, the offices. This could help us to have a closer monitoring of what is going on in our ecosystems and our offices. UNSOs have dedicated offices to these environmental issues as part of their structure. We are facing scarcity of stable resources, strengthening technical teams and experts. This slide shows, provides you a summary of we have more than 20 years environmental statistics in the region. Of course, the Rio Covenant, I think that we shouldn't, we don't need to say that not to have information, experience, and methodology. That was the starting point. But after 10 years, we can report on the environmental statistical models from the United Nations. We have economic, environmental, and sustainable system. Then we have flag initiative, which provided us with a lot of experience, and that made us to make contributions in the institutional progress and multi-domain work and institutional work and environmental statistics in line with climate change and disaster has enabled us to set up regional networks, technical teams in our institutions, interacting with more cooperation among us. As part of the CEA over these 10 years, we have a working group for environmental statistics, with environmental indicators supporting PILAC initiatives. So we can say that by 2009, we have made some progress in terms of environmental statistics. The challenges continue being to cover the growing demand in terms of climate change, biodiversity, and disasters. Of course, we still have this heterogeneity and development of the different countries. But 10 years later, in this diagnosis and this review of the situation that we are facing in 2019, we know that 22 countries have a legal framework to produce environmental statistics. That is that the national statistical offices are responsible to produce this information. We have consolidated information, a statistical agreement, environmental reports, set of indicators of climate change, and in average, we have individuals in each country devoted exclusively to environmental statistics. Today, we have 26 individuals in these offices, although there are some countries which are still lacking of a statistical office. Since 2009, the institutional coordination improved a lot. We have good examples of this interinstitutional cooperation, the national statistical offices with other agencies and ministries which have the technical knowledge to produce these statistics. Throughout the history of environmental statistical units at ECLAC, we have the experience of cooperating with regional projects to produce statistics, especially IDB project, which had coverage from 2019, 2015. Many of the countries participated in these activities. Although we still have some challenges, some countries have not started working officially in environmental statistics. We don't have enough production of environmental statistics. Now we are talking about ecosystems accounts, circular economies, the blue economy, sustainability of the oceans, and that means more and better environmental information. Only 50% of the National Statistical Office have a specific unit to work on these topics. You can see that there has been a great progress, but we're still missing a lot way to go. In 2015, ECLAC conducted a diagnostic studies about the statistics in the region, and we have 23 countries. And it was recognized that environmental statistics, climate change, and disaster are shared topics between the NSOs. 22 countries have a legal obligation to produce environmental statistics with a specific law for environmental protection. 21 of these offices had especially devoted staff And 11 countries reported close collaboration between statistical offices and Ministry of the Environment. Brazil and Mexico had the most numerous teams between 30 and 45 individuals. Ecuador, Mexico, Dominican Republic, Colombia, and Costa Rica had a statistical, environmental statistical plan. In 2015, we had a great difference in equality in terms of representation of statistics and the staff devoted to environmental statistics in each country. On the left side of the screen, you can see Mexico in 2015. They reported to have more than 50 people working exclusively in environmental statistics. On the other hand, we have the other reality. So this chart shows the great difference that we have in terms of environmental statistics in the region. What do we have? By 2023, we have ministries of the environment, and well, we have a Ministry of Energy and Agriculture as well, and specific offices to manage all these topics. And these offices have consolidated technically. They have technical responsible officials and they have technical capabilities. By 2023, we have better information from conventional sources and we have better technologies and we have less expensive technologies, more accessible, greater coverage, and we have a lot of examples of interoperability. We have methodological frameworks. We have MTEA, MTEA, the 2030 Agenda, Global Set of Climate Change Statistics, and indicators and ecosystems accounting. This means that these are clear tools available to each of us. And so we're not starting from the scratch. Method, techniques, and knowledge, but we need to strengthen implementation of the same. And of course, we have clear demand of environmental statistics. When we talk about methodological frameworks, well, this is a picture of the region. On the left of the slide, we have knowledge that we have up until today at ECLAC, how the region is making progress in this regard. In some countries with consolidated statistical systems and regular reports, and on the other hand, we have New York diagnostics. Remember that every 2 years, the New York office is asking about the progress in environmental statistics, especially for FDA, for environmental account, SCAA, and the CBCC. The three maps respond the questions on the questionnaires, and you can see this is a partial progress. And this slide reminds us that without primary data, we cannot elaborate any index. We need this data, and we need these tools to produce this information to finally build these indicators. These frameworks are working from an interoperability perspective, integration among different agencies, to work from working in silos to a more integrated work among the different offices and among the different countries. The demands for information, I don't need to say that we are working on sustainable development, 17 goals, 169 targets, 3 indicators, 7 of them are environmental objectives, and 106 environmental indicators with 51%, which require the parameter statistics. In light of that, we have the different link with the sustainable development objectives, and we have these 2 agendas. These are not independent, but we could integrate our efforts. But we have also all these initiatives. This is an example of the initiatives which are requesting environmental information from the countries and from ECLAC. Unfortunately, we don't have consolidated information which enable us to make a proper reflection about what is going on in the region. We know exactly what is going on in each country, but we don't have integrated information to have a clear picture about what is going on in the region. As the chairs and the executive secretary said that we need to make the proposal from ECLAC, and we need to our voice in terms of this environmental statistics, climate change and disaster is heard everywhere. Have two big oceans surrounding us, and we are one of the biggest forest areas in the world, and so we need to find and we need to find or have the desire to do this. And also, besides what the executive secretary said about the strategic sectors, and you see here, these are the 14 sectors mentioned by the executive secretary, and the needs of information and the perspectives and the work of environmental statistics, climate change, and disasters in the region. And also, in the progress section at ECLAC over the last 20 years, and the Economic Commission of the America, there was a working group exclusively devoted to disaster, made by Paraguay, Peru, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Mexico, and Nicaragua. And then the technical secretary of ECLAC went the main results were that we will see tomorrow related to harmonized methodological framework for measuring disaster-related SDGs and Sendai framework to identification of national statistic and regional disaster classifier.
Now, the unit has worked lately. I'm not describing it, but just for you to look at. That's part of the work we do with all countries and the work we conduct in terms of environmental statistics, disaster statistics, climate change data, and indicator construction, diagnostic sessions. Of course, also promoting the frameworks that we've been mentioning, and also to show that luckily we've been able to actually cover the entire region. What outputs do we have here at ECLAC in order to contribute strengthening these capabilities in the region? As I said, we have the chance of offering direct technical assistance on these topics: environmental, climate change, and disaster-related statistics regarding environmental accounts under the System of Environmental Economic Accounting, SEA, environmental, climate change, and disaster indicators, specifically about ecosystem accounting, which is a novel methodology that was approved by the World Statistics Commission a couple of years ago. And some countries, or a few countries in the region, a few of them are very well known, are very well represented, and have made a significant progress. We also have technical assistance regarding spatial dimension of environmental statistics, as well as in the implementation of environmental information systems. We may hold seminars and workshops on these different topics, also for the development indicators. An introduction to environmental statistics. Something quite new in our agenda is the assessment of environmental accounts, assessment of the Colombian office, and also spatial analysis of this environmental accounting. We worked with the Pacific Agency, and also in particular with the Asia Pacific Institute, the Statistics Institute of Asia Pacific, in the framework for the generation of disaster statistics. All of this is information that is available for you and that we can execute with and use with each one of the countries. Just to say that we have a regional environmental statistics network. We promote, in this network, we promote many of the methodologies and statistical recommendations that we've been working at the technical secretariats of the SCA that have to do with environmental statistics. And recently, the one about disasters. We still do not have a climate change group in the Commission. I hope we'll have it one day. We have a biblio guide with literature on these topics. Of course, we at CEPAL-STAT, we have an environmental stats segment. We have an environmental profile for each one of the countries with a number of indicators and dashboards for decision making that can be easily queried. And likewise, we have energy profiles that have been recently created. We have a statistical yearbook for Latin America, the Caribbean, and we keep on working on other methodologies to estimate of disaster-related economic losses and the collaboration with other agencies. Finally, just to emphasize that we shouldn't lose any more time. Disasters, as we know, are a consequence of climate change, and they will only get worse. So the region has the capacity, knowledge, and experience to find a more inclusive measure of development beyond GDP. That could be a good choice. Consolidating nature-based solutions to climate change and disasters, and the blue economy agenda. The region, of course, has a voice that needs to be heard, and I would wish the economic, social, and environmental losses will be more significant in the region, and we have little information to prove. This is key information to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth. We need more and better environmental information to provide this boost to this new production paradigm. As we know, there are conceptual frameworks that integrated can be the right support for a more coordinated work, both nationally and internationally. It is important to strengthen national statistics systems to achieve better integration with the regional ministries and agencies dealing with environmental, climate change, and disaster issues in each one of the countries and in the region. And the role of the national statistics offices is key as coordinators and promoters of this national statistics system. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
We'll now go to the presentation by Mexico by Eduardo Latorre. Eduardo, please go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is always. Thank you. I'm always amazed of being here in this venue, and it is a pleasure to address you to talk about the strengthening of environmental statistics on environment, climate change, and disaster statistics. In Mexico, it is important to highlight mostly the coordination and collaboration among agencies and also internationally. Mexico is very much connected with the institutional architecture that since 2008 is enshrined in the Constitution as a national statistics and geographic information system that is coordinated by INEGI, because we're not only producing geographic and statistics information, but we also coordinate this system that involves all the state agencies that either produce or use this type of information at the federal level, but also other entities. It is broken down into several information subsystems, as you see, demographics and social, economic information, government, public security, law enforcement, and something that I'm going to emphasize on in this presentation is geographic, environmental, and territorial organization and urban organization information. This is called Sigma Otu. This is organized through collegiate organizations, an executive committee, and 8 technical specialized committees, all made up by these different state units with representatives. Well, I'm not mentioning the acronym there, they're not to utter this slide, but related to environment, climate change, health, the Navy, the National Weather Service, communications, agriculture, land and urban development, energy, and disaster prevention. And in general, the environment sector is very much represented in these topics. As you know, we have water, land use, climate change, emissions and waste. Disaster prevention is very much present everywhere. The legal framework, we have the law of the National System of Statistics and Geographic Information Law. It's called SNIEG, And internationally, we have this framework, the one I just mentioned for the development of environmental statistics, both developed worldwide and nationally, and also specific frameworks such as the Sustainable Development Goals, but also many of the ones that Georgina just mentioned. Let's cover now the law itself that states that this system and this subsystem specifically must deal with describing the state and trends of the environment, consider the natural context and its biological species, and to generate indicators on atmosphere, water, land, flora, fauna, hazardous waste, and solid waste, although we have already said this, and to develop indicators and other frameworks and types of inventories. The National Environmental and Natural Resources Information System is a set of statistics and also the set of administrative records as well. It also considers, the SNIEG considers several mechanisms for consultation, both at the system and subsystem level, consultative or advisory councils with collegiate bodies, as these committees that I just mentioned, public consultation every time a new methodology is proposed or new information or new indicators, either national or international. Also, direct user requests, mostly that's done by INEGI and through international partnerships and international commitments. In the last decade, we've seen significant progress in these collaborations in order to generate environmental statistics, in order to provide environmental information that involves several of these institutions in the integrated systems, specifically regarding drinking water and sanitation, urban solid waste, and state environmental management at the subnational level. These are annual series, and they cover between 2011 until 2021, and the one for 2023 is in the pipeline. We have an environmental administrative records system in order to produce official statistics on the environment in areas such as water quality, air pollution, waste management, energy sources, natural resources, etc. And a national inventory with more than 1,783 state records. As President Lavagna said, not all records are of the same quality, and it's not the same as statistics. So quality needs to be assessed, and the legal strength or soundness of these records and their alignment with international frameworks. All of these information sources are becoming integrated in the process in order to build an integrated system for natural resources and environment system of national data sets and surveys, which is part of the SNIAR that is integrated with the SNIEG and the environmental sector information, in which we have inventories, the environmental modules in census and surveys, and other resources, and definitely the integration of administrative records for the construction of environmental indicators. And as a tool, we resort very much to geospatial information. Much of this information broken down into several geographic layers. They are geo-referenced, and here we have some examples in the network, water services providers, water plants, sewage treatment plants, water sources, also in terms of urban solid waste management, and for example, the landfill sites, for example, and waste transfer stations. These tools do include Earth observation tools to come up with these large applications, such as the geospatial data cube, which give us a flavor of how the territory evolves in time. For example, human settlement, this is Cancun, how it's grown between 2000 and 2019. Tragic, but at least we can keep an eye on it adequately. Or water bodies to assess the public policy making and how what the concrete impact is of the Chapala, like for example here how it's changed between 1984 and 1999. This is satellite image information that can be calibrated at the pixel level to see the evolution in time. And we have records for about 30 years for this type of monitoring. Also, looking at surface features with Landsat imaging, looking at the evolution of water bodies in time, then the evolution of vegetation, and also drought monitoring, crop monitoring, etc., and changes in land use. These tools are extremely useful, and all of this that we have presented can be used as public policy instruments in an integrated fashion. Many of these have been developed through the SNIEG mechanisms of the collegiate bodies that I just mentioned, just like many of the key indicators of the SNIEG that are open for public consultation and that are subject to different successive stages of filters for approval, and they are published after all as a information of national interest for the entire state of Mexico. Also, the GHG inventory, the National Program for the Prevention and Comprehensive Waste Management, the National Atlas on Urban Solid Waste, Marine Waste and Plastic Pollution, and also the monitoring and reporting on SDGs and other international instruments. And they're also used in order to integrate climate change information systems integration that has been integrated through the specialized technical committee that I mentioned before. That includes statistics and geographic information on climate, soil, biodiversity, water resources, but other economic and social indicators such as population, infrastructure. You can also combine with economic measurements to check climate change related damage, and also to assess adaptation and vulnerability, and also emissions and mitigation, and other indicators to also see whether we can calculate migration due to the effects of climate change and those kinds of things. We've used also these collaborations established through SNIEG, just infrastructure, but they've been developed, as Georgina said, for example, regarding economic and environmental accounting, ecosystemic accounting. This project of natural capital and ecosystemic service evaluation, we are working as a pilot with other 5 countries in the region. We had Brazil, India, China, South Africa were involved as well, to develop these ecosystemic accounting systems that measure not only economic aspects, but physical aspects, and therefore they look at the extent, the changes in extent of the ecosystems, different ecosystems. And it is very important to consider ecosystemic assessment, and not only in terms of natural resources in isolation. And figures and in Mexico, in very fruitful interaction with academia, for example, the Ecologic Integrity Index that considers many factors and lots of data coming from the National Forestry Commission, from the Biodiversity Commission, the National Water Commission, and the Environmental Integrated System. All of this is valuable because it is sort of a testament of the importance of this information, and we believe that this is going to be used as feedback in order to strengthen the work of this institution. So these are some of these ecosystemic services. This has been recently updated. Figures telling us, of course, this is preliminary. This is only being integrated. Is to some extent experimental, not even. It's just a pilot, as I said, in order to calculate the value, economic value, but also the cost of losing these ecosystemic services. And also, as part of this interaction, or internationally speaking, we have the alignment of this information inventories with the environmental statistics and development framework. And these are some of the products that are created by INEGI in these interactions with the institutions that relate to these specific component of the MDEA, for example, citizen participation, waste management, etc.
So these international interactions tend to be very fruitful, and we can contribute to the system. Here are the international initiatives. This is a very important reference that we are using and helping develop. It has been a very fruitful conversation in Mexico that has been extremely useful. More recently, for conversations held at the COP on biological diversity, there are some indicators that are still underway, but it has still been very fruitful to talk about the frameworks, these indicator frameworks, and they have a significant weight politically and economically speaking for the countries. Because having all these commitments and all these indicators requires an integration. It's extremely important. We have begun this conversation to inspire other countries. The communities that negotiate at the COP should speak to their communities, their statistics groups, or focal points that are involved in the environmental economic accounting systems. And that way, we can achieve a sustainable ecosystem. These are the initiatives that we participate in, and there's several more that have been mentioned earlier. To conclude, within the system, we're promoting these new interactions, such as the ecosystem accounting, and it's not complete though. It must include other partnerships with different groups involving citizens and academia, private sector, and civil society. So the conciliation of databases and the sources of information is of the utmost importance. Solid indexes, such as the one that I showed you, the ecosystem integrity, are extremely important and must be produced by all sectors. In this case, the collegiate bodies also help make this process dynamic. We have the frameworks and the indicators, which is important both at a national level, regional level, international level. And the administrative records are important so that we know what information we have and to be up to par with the standards. The review of the frequency with which these environmental modules collect information at a regional and international level, and also a review together with the users about the variables, methodologies, frequency, and tools, etc. These must be in constant development. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, Eduardo. We will continue with the INEI, National Institute of Statistics and Informatics of Peru. Your last name is difficult, Dante. Yes, it is indigenous and it comes from the deepest corners of our country. I wanted to mention the process, the strengthening process of the environmental statistics in our country. Although our countries are extremely diverse, this also makes them more prone to risks. I'd like to mention this happened in Peru, basically due to different socioeconomic sectors. In Peru, there's a tradition in the central area of the Andes mountain range. The farmers burn the forests once they have reaped their crop, and they believe that this is a source of fertilizers, but sometimes the wind doesn't collaborate and creates many forest fires. This generates issues in terms of losses of crops, of significant plots of land, but it also affects the economy, the farming economy, the offer of food products. If we look at transportation, our countries are still, some more, some less, are still burning fossil fuel. The cars running through our highways are mostly non-electric. Therefore, this is linked as well. And in the different municipalities or districts in our countries, especially those that have lower well-being and wealth, there is a significant accumulation of solid residue decomposing, and that creates contamination. When we look at fertilizers used in farms or agriculture, most of these are chemical, synthetic, and they generate difficulties. They increase contamination. When you look at this, you realize that it is a heterogeneous project. But in Peru, we see that the north is very rainy, but there is drought in other areas, and some areas are prone to frostbite. And then people and animals suffer, plants deteriorate. So, and I think Georgina said this, it is a multidimensional phenomenon. We recently had an oil spill close to Peru's main port. It's the result of a buoy. And 10,000 fishermen had issues because that ruined the whole marine ecosystem. These people lived off fishing, and they started to go to Congress and to stop highways, and they had to help society. And that statistics information of people that were affected, people that were truly impacted, that is something that we saw. They were knocking on our door, and most of them were informal fishermen. So we didn't really have information. We needed to quantify this. And when we were talking about statistics and informatics, the change in the information, we needed to look at the diversity. But it is the backbone of all statistics systems. I wanted to mention that everything that is linked to what we do day to day generates greenhouse gas effects, and we need to quantify it. So in our case, we have issues every year. We see that some highways are being stopped, and we've quantified this, but we've seen that this seasonal process is now erratic. It doesn't follow a defined pattern. And this generates unpredictable work. Sometimes the government wishes to help, but they don't know how and when. I'd like to share a few aspects regarding agriculture. In the north, we had extreme drought, and then another area we had frostbite, and that simply raised the prices from $1 to $5. So in the south of Peru, production of potatoes was hampered. It dropped by 30%. So the problem is not only consumption. The people that work on these economic activities reduce their welfare, and that to me is very complicated and to quantify. It's very difficult. So only in 2023, we had a cyclone that affected the north of Peru. And this area affected 4 million inhabitants, and a school was affected, but it's not just schools, homes, it also affects infrastructure, logistics, people moving their products. It affected rivers and bridges, and something that is truly important. We've always looked at inflation, employment, and other traditional statistics. So now we need to look at non-traditional statistics. Fishing is extremely important, and we have anchovies, but anchovies, as the sea became warmer, they migrated elsewhere. And that is a phenomenon that is affecting the Peruvian economy. No doubt. There's no doubt that in our borders with Bolivia, we see that the depth of the lake has also reduced 1.3 meters due to climate change. Water and the populations are being affected. So for Peru and for all the other countries, it is extremely important to have an information system that will allow quantifying and modifying or adapting to what is happening in our country. Every year, we have yearbook of statistics, environmental statistics, and we try to quantify the environmental quality, the resources that we have, treatment of solid residue. You know, it happens in many countries. 1,800 districts in Peru, not all of them have the capacity to deal with this the way they should. And some don't collect. In some areas, they don't collect information, the residue, but there are natural events that also affect any actions we may want to take. And of course, there needs to be awareness. In the same way, Peru and INE, together with the different institutions, are analyzing ultraviolet rays, because we know that these have made it so that children need to go with long sleeves and hats sometimes. We also have the quality of water. The Rimac River, the main river in Lima. When we saw the pandemic, we were in a process of confinement. Lima became a river with white waters, very different from what it was like 50 years ago. But of course, the pandemic passed and we went back to normal, and we measured the water of the Rimac River, and we saw that these white waters became brown waters, murky brown waters. We have the SDGs, we have 51% progress, and as Georgina said, in many of these 17 global indicators, we have statistics linked to the environment. We have statistics division, 2 municipalities, 1 university, and another of private sector entities. We have been working on this with international groups, trying to quantify the water, the expenditure. Many entities of the private public sector have this environmental protection, and we have tried to define climate change to determine the UN efforts and trying to work by department on climate change effects. Last year, we requested support from the UN to work on statistics and climate change. We carried out a workshop with the UN Statistics Division in December last year, and in this workshop, we were able to look at the following things. It was a framework with Peruvian statistics, validation of these statistics, trying to include other forms of support by the UN and the statistics program, and a national statistics and climate change program. In this workshop, we worked on several guidelines. Sometimes climate change needs not only, as Marco Lavagna mentioned, not only to mention the statistics, but to carry out an analysis that'll help us understand them. The generation of statistics must be accompanied by a clear language that can allow us to make better decisions. We've done some training, and we've included other public organizations that have also joined in the effort.
The main recommendations issued by the UN stated that we have information, good information, varied information, but somewhat untidy information, lacking a comprehensive vision, lacking a summary of that information, and also lacking a single system that brings together all the dispersed and atomized information. And a further recommendation is that we must conduct an account dealing with the flow of materials, incorporating aspects related to the circular economy, using the input-output table, the flow of goods and services, and the various interrelationships of the various economic activities, enabling us to know and reprocess and reuse waste so that we dispose of less waste into the environment. Like many countries, and as a result of the complexity of measuring climate change, we require permanent technical assistance. So we need to incorporate good practices in events such as these, where one hears about these aspects. So we have an environment ministry, and we need to work closer with it because they are the guiding institution in environmental terms, and we are working in a coordinated fashion. But it is not only the Ministry of the Environment, but also civil society and the academic sector, among many other public and private and public entities, need to come on board. We are receiving the support of the IMF that invited us to participate in a program to develop statistical capabilities on the environment and climate change with the support of Swiss cooperation. In early July, a diagnosis mission has come to Peru to establish a roadmap involving the participation of several public institutions in Peru, and the provisional recommendation that they have given is to have an account on energy, on atmosphere, and on the carbon footprint. Likewise, I would also like to mention, before I sum up, that we have approved the project on regional public goods that will consider climate change indicators using innovating methods. This involves 9 countries, and we will work with Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Mexico, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Peru. And I would like to finish my intervention by paraphrasing the General Secretary of the United Nations, who said a couple of years ago that climate change is the biggest threat to the global economy and to its people. And thus, national statistics offices cannot be simply watching this, but on the contrary, we must deal with the environmental reality. We must quantify the impact that implies and prevent and help to prevent and take actions that enable us to mitigate the impact, the negative impact of changes to nature and its environment. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dante. Now we move on to the last presentation by One of Cuba, in charge of Ana Maria Pantoja. Good afternoon. It's now more than midday, so good afternoon, everyone. We will deliver a presentation on the Cuban experience in the integration of statistics related primarily with disasters. As we all know, Latin America and the Caribbean is the second region that is most subject to disasters. And in the case of Cuba, since we're right at the center, we are not free of a greater intensity of storms, intensive rainfall, and in some cases, droughts. In our country in 1962, we created the civil defense system. And this, since its creation, has become a guarantee to preserve life and also to conserve economic and natural resources faced with disasters. And therefore, often in our budget, we monitor the early formation of any tropical storm or cyclone, and we activate the various phases that we have in our country, not only to account for what has happened, but also to prevent issues related to the preservation of people's lives. Here you can see some images where following the event, there is an active participation of the population in the recovery phase. Now, what are the institutional aspects in terms of the generation of data and information? Of course, as from our own constitution, what is set forth is the requirement for the development of people, and all these issues are also incorporated into the conceptualization of the Cuban economic and social model of socialist development, the guidelines of the party, the general objectives and the specific objectives of the economic and social development plan up to 2030, standardized with a sustainable development objective or aligned with the SDGs, and Law 150/2022 on the system of natural resources and the environment. Now, how within the sphere of information do we articulate this? Well, we have a decree law on the system of government information. On the left-hand side, you can see the wider ranging concept, which is which integrates all the different systems of what we have the mission of the National Statistical Office of Cuba, which is to head the statistical system as a whole and also to coordinate the government information system of our country. And we also have in Directive number 1 related to all issues that refer to the risk of disasters, which is a guideline that has been approved by the president of our country that also establishes the mission for the Statistical Office, which is indeed to be in charge of the collection of all data of interest to the government and their presentation in an official manner, complying, of course, with all the statistical principles. Here we find some elements that are developed in our country related to issues referring to climate change, which is Tarea Vida. In Cuba, we have a program related to trying to foresee what will happen in 50 years' time, and also how our coastal regions will evolve and how that will impact people living in that area, because the idea is not to deal with this after it happens, but how we mitigate these effects, and there is a prevention work that is underway. This is a program that also has an important impact. In addition to the study of the danger of vulnerabilities and risks of disasters, the creation of management centers in 138 of the 168 municipalities. There's groups for economic valuation, and also the restructuring of our government structure related to the councils, to the defense councils in all 3 levels. And here we have damage assessment commissions, and all offices are represented in all these different spheres where policies are designed. The role of an A guarantees data collection, processing, analysis, and dissemination of official information on the response and recovery to disaster situations and other events such as intensive droughts and expenditure during prevention. In other words, we not only measure what has happened, but also what leads to that, because ever since we announce an event, we start to prepare for that, and we can gain access to all the information and work with it, of course, based on the elements approved in the framework of Sendai, the SDGs, and we also disseminate this in our statistical annual publication in Cuba. As part of our structure, we are responsible for the national statistical system, and of course articulated with administrative records. And here we see there's a hyperlink here. I can't see if I can go to that hyperlink. Here we have the subsystem of the national statistical information subsystem, which includes a form, and you can gain access to that later on. And that form compiles all the information related to the event. This is broken down into men, women, disabled persons, the impact upon housing, upon crops, and whenever the system becomes active in the face of an event, this is a form that has been approved, and we don't have to implement this whenever there is an event. We know that whenever we face an event, we automatically have to work on the collection of information. Obviously, we also have the supplementary statistical information subsystems, which each entity has, and that in one way or another contributed to this. And now, what is the flow? Well, it begins with the groups and subgroups of the Municipal Defense Council and moves up to the nation's informational group. In other words, each group involves representatives from our office, and they are, of course, in charge of that. Here, you can see the working groups of the social and economic entity that involves aspects related to food, energy, and fuel, industry, transport, foreign trade. In other words, all the activities are represented here, and you can find the different entities that participate, the entities that belong to the central state administration, and that contribute with information related to each one of the situations that the country is being impacted with during the disaster. And in our office, with the information that we have, in terms of once we process the data that has been collected, we contrast the information that is obtained during the disaster with the information that we already have in place. And obviously, in the case of our population, we have vital statistics broken down into province, municipality, gender, and age groups. And even before that disaster, this is information that is used for evacuation purposes. We also contrast process databases of activities in agriculture, livestock, and forestry, so that the information that is obtained can be contrasted with the information that we already have, and the productions of goods, of manufactured goods. In other words, at a monthly level, we collect information at the level of most of main aspects of our economy, and we collect information as from where it is generated with practically at a monthly level. Our economic surveys have a lot of information, or contain a lot of information, that is obtained via forms, and that enables us to contrast with the information that is being collected. And we also organize working roundtables with the central state administration, because we not only collect information at the place where the disaster takes place, but all the costs associated to the rest of the entities that were not present at the place of the disaster, but that provided support from the viewpoint of resources, expenditures linked to the disaster, regardless of the fact that they may not have been directly related or linked or present in the disaster. And therefore, we obtain for the other entities all the information so that we may be fully aware of all the elements linked to that. We do, of course, face challenges. This is a system which is solid, that is consolidated. However, the issue of the technological and human capabilities in order to use geospatial information in the production of these disaster-related statistics is an important element. During the last hurricane, we used drones to analyze the impact on household roofs, and we used other techniques enabling us to contrast the information that we were collecting. And we need to continue to train our staff, because obviously there is a turnover of staff, the staff that participates in the collection of this data. We also have to incorporate the disaggregation in terms of urban and rural zones with regards to some of the data that is collected, and also to establish a system that enables us to produce estimations during the first 72 hours after the disaster, because in Cuba, defense councils are activated at a municipal, provincial, and national level. But as I mentioned, as was mentioned this morning, often we take a little bit longer when it comes to providing official information. And as from the very onset, we must have approximate information in order to provide help to those that have been, to the population that has been damaged by these disasters. And so ever since the defense councils are activated, they require information, of course. The government issues information in order to provide the initial aid and support. And there, I believe that we must try to establish this before the events so that we can already have an estimation of what may happen, a forecast of what may happen, because after that, it takes us a little bit of time sometimes to establish these aspects. Sometimes these groups become active for a short period of time because it's only during the duration of the disaster, and that official information is useful for our annual publication, but is perhaps not the information that was most useful immediately after the disaster. And therefore, we must find elements to do this in advance and to say, well, if the storm hits us here, we must have an estimate of what may happen so that we can better contrast the information. And of course, we need to implement good quality practices in disaster statistics, and we must incorporate that into our statistics. Now here we will see a video. I haven't been able to click on the link, but it will be in our presentation, because the issue of enabling the participation of the population in the recovery phase, and that is where our artists also contribute in impacted areas by providing support, because sometimes the situation of people requires this type of support. And so songs are made, and the culture sector also takes part in this. And this video shows how, as from 2018, we have had these impacts. We're looking at environmental impacts, but sometimes we face disasters. For example, a plane crashes, as occurred in 2008, and therefore this is a system that has to be permanently updated. Likewise, the explosion that occurred in a hotel and so on. So this not only involves the climate change measurements, but all other types of disasters. And the video shows what has happened in our country over the past few years. An explosion in a fuel tank that led to spillage. We have to review all this because different events can occur, and we must be able to measure their impact. And so maybe you can I will leave the form with you so that you can have a look at this on your own. This is something that forms part of our system, and you can listen to the song there on your own later on. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ana Maria. Now I'll offer the floor to the various delegations. If you wish to speak, please raise your name tag that is right in front of your place. We've heard two very, very interesting presentations, and I take away with me several important themes. All four presentations referred to coordination between the various state entities and perhaps other statistics. So we have agriculture and livestock statistics primarily obtained from the Ministry of Agriculture, but I think all presentations have shown how the various offices are dealing with different processes. Mexico showed in detail the legislation that they have around these aspects that I believe is extremely important. And both Dante and Juana Maria have brought down to earth what it means whenever we refer to climate change and how that has an impact on our daily lives. So we're not only talking here about statistics, but about the concrete impact that this has on our day-to-day lives and how we must organize ourselves faced with that. So very interesting presentations. Colombia. Camilo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank first Argentina to put this topic on the table. Different sessions of executive committee, the importance of having this has been highlighted. And so the presentation of Georgina allows us to see the various elements that we can work as a community, because in the presentations we see that the priority is disasters for countries such as Colombia, Costa Rica. They are more related to biodiversity, but we find some catalyzer elements such as Brazil and Hava Habitata to find new ways of doing this. So from Colombia, the thinking of the advantages that we have, we are fully committed with this environmental economic systems, accounting of ecosystems. We require strengthening technical capabilities of the offices, but we're fully committed to make progress. And we hope that we're going to do this in the next biennium to reach that common understanding. So I would like also to say that understanding how these challenges makes us to think of the stewardship, how the statistical offices should play that coordinating role, which is not easy, but focus on values which has been developed as a community, such as quality assurance of official statistics, to have a voice in different forum of multilateral nature. So congratulations for this work. Thank you, Colombia, Dominican Republic. Now, yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for putting these topics on today's agenda, topics which are extremely important for the region. In the case of Dominican Republic, we would like to thank the support received from the Statistical Division of ECLAC, but also the Statistical Division of the United Nations through a 13 project, which has enabled us to strengthen capabilities and the calculation of some indicators such as the number of fatalities, people affected due to disasters situations through damage assessment formed, which was passed to gather all the information. We have started making progress along these indicators, calculating the baselines for calculating SDGs in Dominican Republic. And we talked about this in a bilateral a couple of weeks ago with the Ministry of Development, Social Development of Chile. Institutional coordination is something essential to make progress along these topics in terms of environmental statistical production in the Dominican Republic, establishing a decree, setting up the national measurement system, verifying greenhouse gases. And so we have been able to coordinate with different institutions and make progress in important challenges which are related to capacity strengthening of the institutions which are part of the statistical systems, and of course working in harmonizing a standardization of many definitions. So also would like to express our appreciation to our countries such as Mexico, which through INEGI are also accompanying Dominican Republic in this process. As Camilo said, this is one of the things that we can take advantage of this statistical community. Thank you. I don't see any other country asking the floor. So if not, we can continue with the agencies. Now we go to Numa. Thank you so much. I would like first to thank ECLAC and Argentina for as chairman of the CAA, and this for the countries in the region, and to put this as a in the first part of this session of this statistical conference of the Americas. I wanted to comment on what Mr. Lavagna said this morning about the importance to gather high quality statistical data, which are part of the national statistical system. This is evident from the UNEP because we are supporting the countries to have access to funding mechanisms, funds, projects, and which means a significant change in the way they can face climate change or environmental change in general. So these are competitive agencies, the Green Climate Fund, they need today more than ever a base of evidence, a justification, which should be very robust. They need observation, they need statistics, they need data, and all that is something that requires time, coordination that cannot be made overnight. So together with the ECLAC and other agencies, we need to support the countries very actively. I would like to mention the improvement of coordination among the different institutions which have a mandate in the different countries in terms of data collections, processing, and analysis, including, of course, the ministries, but also other institutions such as the ones which are working in water and in many other cases, institutions which are working locally, such as waste and residues, is something that is managed by municipalities in many countries, and to have access to that information and to add this national level requires technical institutional work, which is very significant. The role of science in terms of environmental statistics, and especially areas such as statistics about seas and oceans, or statistics related to quality of water or air, there is still the need to create the scientific capabilities to systematically gather this data and to create a very strong coordination mechanism between the academia, the different agencies working in environmental aspect, and in many cases, the private sector, to support with the observation of low-cost technologies, to compile data of quality which are accessible to everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Now we go now the Food World Program. Thank you so much. My intervention as global food programs has to do with our program to face the affected populations, populations affected by the climate change. We're working with the different governments in managing, providing the response to disasters, and we are supporting the government in terms of estimates and assessment of populations affected before and after natural disasters related to what the colleague from Cuba already mentioned. The WFP works providing technical assistance to the national early warning systems as well as providing support to the governments of the region and reacting to emergencies. And in these cases, some cases of success where we have supported different governments of the region, including CARICOM, but also countries such as Colombia, Cuba, Peru, Ecuador. And finally, to mention something interesting, that in the Georgina presentation, she mentioned about loss because of climate change. And looking some research, said there is clear demonstration that for each dollar invested in preparation for disaster, $6 are reduced in terms of the impact out of disaster. So from the WFP, we think that the need to provide support to the governments of the region is essential to strengthen this statistics disasters, to have preparedness, and so to offer a more efficient answer and to mitigate the impact of climate disturbance in the populations of the region, the most vulnerable populations. Thank you. Thank you. There is an interesting topic here in food security, trade, and environment, something very interesting to analyze. But this is for another session and not for this one. So we're going to leave that pending. I don't see anybody else. So if we don't have any other comment, now we are going to go to the lunch break now. 13:10, in this same room, there is a side event about data management, data stewardship, organized by the National Administrative Department of DANE, Colombia, INDEC, Argentina. So if you don't stay here, do not participate, you are not going to have the floor. So otherwise, the other ones, we are going to reconvene in the same room at 1500 hours. It's a long break for a good lunch. Thank you.
Hey, Dominic.
Hi, good to see you.
Camilo, tiene que cerrar su micrófono. Y el parlante de su laptop. Y abrir el micrófono de la sala para hablar.
Ahí, ¿se escucha? Vamos a ver si me... can you hear me from Dominic? Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Great. With your computer, okay. Thank you. Let's wait a few more minutes and then we'll start. Thank you all for joining.
Haciendo prueba de audio. Haciendo prueba de audio.
Hay eco, ¿no?
Sí, hay un eco tuyo.
Tiene que ser en la sala.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. ¿Tú me escuchas bien?
Sí, ahora te escucho bien.
Ya, yo tengo un feedback que viene de tu señal. Uno, tres. ¿Puedes hablar? Uno, dos, tres. Es allá en Sala, en la vuelta. ¿Podrías chequear en la consola?
Es que es difícil, pero la señal que yo te estoy mandando, que tú me mandas, no te la estoy devolviendo. Así que ojo. ¿La interpretación va a salir por parlante?
No, la interpretación es solo tú.
Disculpa, Rafael. Dame un segundo, Rafael. Están haciendo una consulta.
Ok.
Exactamente. Sí. Ya, Rafael, ¿me escuchas? Rafael, ya, Rafael, me tienes que mandar el audio de inglés.
¿Cómo? Es que te escucho muy mal. Hay que resolver el tema del audio.
Me tienes que mandar el audio en inglés.
¿A dónde?
El que yo tengo que poner acá en sala.
¿Tienes que escuchar el inglés?
Sí.
O sea, la interpretación.
La interpretación, exactamente. ¿Estamos? Gracias, Rafael.
Eso selecciona el inglés y listo. Dale.
Hi, colleagues. Can you hear me? Hi, Ian. How are you? Can you hear me well? How we solve the technical issues?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Well, I can hear you well as well.
Great. So, Camilo, shall we start? Okay. I will give the floor to Marco Lavagna, who is the General Director of WINDEC, and also now he's performing the presidents of ECLAC, the Conference of the Statistics of the Americas. Marco, please, if you want to jump in. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, good morning, evening, afternoon, I don't know, different time zones. So thank you very much and welcome to this event. This is a really important subject that we have to discuss all around the world. The importance of the data stewardship. I just wanted to say hello. I'm going to give the floor now to the different panels that we are going to have this discussion. But for all the National Statistics Office, this topic is particularly important. I think we have a challenge looking forward in terms of how we produce statistics, how we produce information, how we collect the data, and the data stewardship of that, the discussion in terms of data stewardship and how are we going to treat the data, how are we going to protect the data, how are we going to access the data is one of the main discussions that we have to have. So now I'm going to give the floor to Camilo from Colombia, from the DANE from Colombia, to this intervention. Camilo.
Thank you very much, Marco, and thank you everyone for joining me in this side event of the ECLAC Statistical Conference of the Americas. We have a very excellent panel in this occasion. So to kick us in, I would like to introduce Ian Rutherford from the United Nations Statistical Division. So Ian, please go ahead and let's begin.
Thanks, Camilo. Yeah, my name's Ian Rutherford. I'm a statistician working at the UN Statistics Division here in New York. I've worked here for about 12 years, and I'm going to give you a bit of a brief background on the working group. So let me just quickly upload my slides, and appreciate if someone could confirm if they see it. Is the slide showing in the room?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to give a brief presentation. I've provided the secretarial support for this working group on data stewardship. So a bit of background and context on that I'll start with. And I'm pleased that Dominic will come after me. He's the co-chair of the group. We have Dominic from Poland as well as Piedad, and from Colombia as co-chairs of the group, and have been working with us for the past 3 years.
los estadísticos que somos.
Thank you for being so punctual. We're statisticians, so it's a good thing we're all on time. Let's resume then with the advances or progress on the implementation of platforms for access to statistical and geographical information. For this section, we've invited 3 countries to present on their advances on the implementation of platforms for access to statistical and geographic information. We will also have a presentation from the Statistics Division of ECLAC. We will be hearing about our experience with CEPAL-STAT and CEPAL-HELP and the data ecosystems existing at a national and regional level. So we will be joined by Argentina's INDEC, the INE of Paraguay, National Institute of Statistics. I assume that would be Ivan Ojeda, who should be connected by now, and the INE of Bolivia. And that section will be presented here in the room. I'd like to offer the floor to Daniel Takari. He is the head of the innovation unit. Well, he has a much longer title, but let's leave it at innovation. And within this division, you have 15 minutes, Daniel. Thank you, Rolando. Thank you all. The idea is to be able to share with you some experiences in the region. In the case of the presentation, on behalf of ECLAC, we'll be sharing our experience, how we've reorganized data assets to configure these dissemination platforms, and how we've been able to achieve interoperability with these geographic and statistical data, beyond the fact that the ECLAC platform includes other components. But as you know, ECLAC has presented and published different platforms, some more general, others such as CEPAL-STAT and CEPAL-GEO, and there are a few projects sometimes with a more specific or analytical perspective, and then ECLAC accompanies our colleagues to help them form these platforms for information dissemination. However, ECLAC's experience does not begin with this relaunching of CEPAL-STAT in 2019. The creation of this platform for the dissemination of online statistics. I apologize, I have not been clicking on the PowerPoint. Anyhow, this did not begin in 2020. It began in 2006, actually, when ECLAC began expanding its information on the website, mainly through data websites and by including some other elements, especially the interoperability with some other information repositories, such as the library, the observatories of the different divisions, which verse on specific topics. And as you know, the implementation of the gateway, DigiGateway, and some other specific platforms for spatial, geospatial, and information presentation. However, as we were saying, I'm going to focus specifically on 2 platforms, which the statistics unit is a custodian of, and the main one being the statistical data. And we will be posting tomorrow that it is our geospatial data platform, CEPAL-GEO. We'd like to share how these interact and interoperate from the data databases to produce online information. I would like to put this into context. As you know, Cepalstat is our data portal from here on an ECLAC, and it helps compile and disseminate information through the portal. There's in statistics and periodic indicators. We also have some regional and national profiles and a set of elements and products, functionalities that make the access to the information much more friendly, with some national and regional profiles, as well as some analytical portals. The geographic aspect is pretty much as you see on the slide. The information organization is classified. So we have the UN statistics recommendations. We have the main sources of information, which are at a national level. And we are somehow continuing with the defined flow with the UN International Statistics System. What this development supports is a data bank, a specific data bank that somehow interacts with these dissemination platforms through the APIs that I'm going to refer to further ahead. The idea is to enable interoperability between the databases and the dissemination platforms that we see as users. I would be remiss not to mention that this information scheme, which is quite complex, at least within ECLAC, allows us to generate our annual statistics book, and that is also available in our databases. CEPAL Geo includes contents regarding regional and national geostatistical frameworks, the geospatial information. It also has regional thematic geospatial information, Earth observation products, and all this information is labeled in accordance with ISO 19115, the standard categories, and of course, the sources of information are national and international official sources coming from the countries or international agencies pertaining to the UN. The work scheme is similar to the statistics data bank. We do have a geospatial data bank, and it supports and feeds this website, this dissemination platform based on geospatial databases. Why is it important to mention these two platforms individually? Because together, this interoperability characteristic allows us to have common experiences based on the different functionalities. Based on the statistics data and the geoportal, Cepalstat and CEPAL-GEO find themselves at a crossroads. So there is an intersection of both data banks. And when you access this information, this geo-reference statistical information, I would like to stress that this information builds the user in real time. The statistics layers are not part of the geographical data bank, but depending on the characteristics chosen by the user, it is visualized in the geo portal. Although this is the natural selection for these two elements, it has allowed us to improve the dissemination, because it not only includes data or graphic visualization, but produces this kind of links or interactions that are geo-referenced and statistical information in traditional format. As I mentioned, the strategy of the ECLAC data infrastructure goes beyond the geospatial information. We're working on the concept of interoperability with all the databases that are available within ECLAC. And there is a digital repository library, and it includes the geospatial statistical data as well as the publications. All these allow us to go from the library to CEPALSTAT and back to the library, and that allows for interoperability between all three banks. They're different, but they dialogue. We also have qualitative databases, and that allows us to improve our databases functions. We're working on the creation of a database on the results of processing of satellite images. This is somehow a new database, a new source of data that allows us to look at statistics from the statistical data bank, but also some information within CEPALGEO, but with an alternative source. So what are the characteristics of this, of the organization of our databases or data assets, which allow us to enable the organization, management, and dissemination of ECLAC data ecosystem? Well, we're empowering the developments through the use of free code, not commercial licenses. We are obviously working with open data, and interoperability is of the essence, and they are standard. But I would like to stop at the concept of interoperability between the databases or data banks, which is necessary to achieve a more comprehensive connection when we wish to disseminate this information. As I mentioned, we have opted for open source, free software that you see on the screen. Same thing with the databases, the protocols and guidelines for the people that interact with these systems, and of course, with a governance system that allows them to have an institutional support and allows it to move forward. As we mentioned earlier, this is our little star here. APIs are defining all of the dissemination platforms. They are all based on APIs and not directly on databases. That is what makes them so versatile. What are the next steps here at ECLAC then? To consolidate the data strategy within the institution, we have a very significant challenge, which is to update the back end of CEPALSTAT, not just the front end, which you know, but to consolidate the data by making progress with the satellite images bank, but also trying to promote and empower this concept within the countries in the region to increase and improve interoperability, as well as the portals and online dissemination of geospatial information, not only because it improves national portals and platforms, but it increases interoperability amongst ourselves and enables the use of additional information. This is not a simple path. It's not simple at all. We require a lot of effort to consolidate and ensure the ECLAC data ecosystem from the technical perspective in terms of training, having trained human resources, financial resources, but also with institutional support that can guarantee the ongoing nature of the dissemination platforms, their analytic capacity, so that this be taken into account when we think about a more finished product for the users. With this, Rolando, I will conclude and I'll offer the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you, Daniel, for your presentation. Now, something additional about this presentation, and in geographic terms, together with the Center for Mathematical Modeling, what was established here in Chile is a Copernicus hub. There's one in Panama. Well, one will be set up in Panama and the other one in Santiago, Chile. And they will be working around 3 specific issues in Chile, together with ECLAC, one which has to do with the use of land, and the other one has to do with cities, and the other one has to do with coastal areas and seas. So we will be working with them in order to obtain, to collect information and to make that information available to you all. And this work that was presented by Daniel has been the result of the fact that we have received support from all countries in order to have information and to have information from each one of the countries and enabling us to disseminate it in this fashion. Now I'd like to offer the floor to an online presenter, our colleague from INDEC Argentina, Adrián Toca, who will deliver a presentation on the INDEC Geo portal. So, Adrián, you have the floor. Are you connected? Hi, good afternoon, Rolando. Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me well? Yes, we can hear you perfectly well. Fine. Thank you for the possibility of delivering this presentation. And now I'll share my screen.
¿Se está viendo?
Yes, we can see it. Perfect. There we are. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you here. And now I'll deliver my presentation. On the 18th of May, 2023, INDEC launched its Statistical Geo portal, a web platform that enables the publication of statistical data that are geocoded in different levels of spatial disaggregation. This tool was designed and built by the Statistics Division of ECLAC within the framework of the project Strengthening Geospatial Capacities, which is the project which is called Facility, financed by the European Union and involving the technical support of Eurostat. Our geostatistical and IT teams working jointly have worked permanently with the technical team of ECLAC, led by my predecessor, Daniel Takari, and as head of the unit of innovation. The title is very long, so I'll just call it the Innovation Unit. And we also worked very closely with Álvaro Monetti, who is the expert on geospatial information, both from the initial diagnosis conducted by the ECLAC technical team and the implementation of the various modules that create the geoportal, and we continue to work jointly to introduce some improvements. The characteristics of the geoportal, as mentioned by Daniel just now, are open code technology that are interoperable with tools that publish geo-referenced data produced by other entities. And we're interested, and that is based on 2 fundamental principles. One of them, the adjustment of standards of the geospatial data infrastructure of Argentina. And the other principle is that we, as the guiding entity for national statistics data in Argentina, have a geocoding policy for territorial units that are uptaken by the rest of the national administration entities and also by other entities and institutions that form part of our country, and therefore our geocoding method is widely spread and highly used. A very important characteristic of the GeoPortal is that it has a behavior very similar to geographic information systems in order to enabling the exchange of layers. We can add and eliminate layers, and this implies that we can enrich the geospatial analysis that one can make out of geostatistical data. In this stage, our GeoPortal offers users the definite data of the national housing census per population and household per jurisdiction and department that can be displayed in maps and tables and downloaded in various open source data formats. Now, moving towards the components of the GeoPortal and the various modules that the portal is comprised of, we have the Statistical Data Manager, the Geospatial Data Manager, which is the place where we receive all the geospatial information, the Statistical Data Dashboard, which enables us to view statistical and geospatial data with various visual tools, the bank or the data bank or data cube that enables us to filter data and download tables with the different indicators. And finally, the GeoPortal, which is a web app to explore and discover statistical and geospatial data in an integrated manner. This is a brief scheme that I have built. It is very basic, but where we can see, well, I wanted to highlight on the issue that the input is the geographic database that we worked on in Postis, and this is produced by the Statistical Authority together with us. So we establish all the regulations, and that produces a geographic database. This geographic database is what partly implies the geostatistical framework. Together with the geographic database, we have the statistical database, and both the geographic uses Jan Nodi, and the other one the manager of statistical data, and they both feed into the GeoPortal, where there are other sources such as the National Geographic Institute that provides us with the MAC as a base that we publish in the GeoPortal. And as an output, we have various possibilities provided to us by the GeoPortal. The possibility to conduct a spatial analysis, to download the geodata, the download of data, we generate graphs, and we can also generate maps and download those maps as well. If we talk about the two main inputs of the GeoPortal, we have the geostatistical framework on the one hand, which is the geocoded geographical units that constitute the geospatial base for the design and implementation of census operations and the publication of the information produced by the Institute. Within the geostatistical framework, we differentiate between our own information, which is statistical regions, census radiuses, and census locations. And this is a nomenclature of the circulation in our country, which is coded and identified in one single way, and it is used by various entities, for example, talking about open source data by the head of the cabinet that works with open source data, and that used our tool in order to have a single reference when it comes to identifying streets, codes, and street names at a country level. In terms of international and provincial limits, we are based on the official information provided by the National Geographic Institute at the level of second-order jurisdiction, which are also called departments, parties, or communes. Information that is normally produced by the catastrophe authorities, but in our case, they are supported by the national statistics authorities. And in the case of local governments, we are working together with the Ministry of the Interior and the National Geographic Institute in order to geocode and to geocode this information. Now, this is the geostatistical framework that we publish in our geo portal. In terms of the statistical information, this is a page, the index page, and simply what I want to show you here is that at present we're publishing information at a census level, but we are about to publish a large amount of other indicators from other areas of statistical production. And those indicators, well, a very important piece of work that we're conducting at present is to establish relationships with areas, explaining how the geoportal works, and areas in turn are defining the indicators that will be spatialized, because there are many indicators that are already published via different graphs, but there are some indicators that are being selected in order to publish that based on the geo portal. This is a sample. It is very similar to Cepalstat. And now I would like to comment on some progressions that we have conducted in joint work, always with ECLAC, with the ECLAC technical team has always worked with us hand in hand and responding to all our requests. For example, we have incorporated the possibility of changing ranges and dimensions. We can change the classification method also. One of the characteristics of our geoportal is the possibility of comparing two indicators. What is important in the geoportal is the description and the technical information sheet that enables us to access metadata of both indicators and of the geostatistical framework. We can also gain access to the names and to values, which can be included of the ranges. In the case of absolute values, we can download geodata. We can link the page and share the link of the page with other users. We can download maps in PNG format. And in these slides, I don't show this, but we have also incorporated a search engine per indicator and geographic unit, which is something that will be published in the present version. And with regards to the improvements that we have incorporated, the statistical data manager, which is something that you can see there. In terms of the statistical data manager, we can customize classes and ranges of classification, and we can also group indicators per level of geographic breakdown. And in the geoportal, we can amplify the classification methods of the cartographic representation of variables and the possibility of customizing this by the user. In other words, one can change within the view the classification method that one is using in order to view the indicator. There are indicators for notes, tool tips, we can view tables. You have 3 minutes left. Yes, fine. Access to the geostatistical framework as from the geoportal view, with the incorporation of a selector per geostatistical unit and the incorporation of a searcher for indicators and geographic elements. Now, in terms of the challenges for the implementation of the geoportal, what is most important, or what was most important, was the definition of competencies between the different areas committed with the publication of data, the agreement with the various information producers, and the IT area, the dissemination of information. We had to develop new working protocols with those areas and to establish and coordinate the dynamics and the schedule to update and publish geospatial and statistical information. This is something that is still being developed, and to advance in the integration of geospatial information with other information provided by our National Geographical Institute. We understand that data governance, well, we received a visit from ECLAC technicians a while ago, headed by Daniel Takari, to deal with the issue of data governance, and that was indeed one of the main aspects, and the standardization of information produced by the Institute, the manager of statistical data, as a tool to standardize that information, and the adjustment of geospatial information in accordance with the data standards and regional frameworks. As a conclusion, we can say that the Geo portal enables us to spatialize results of statistical operations in a dynamic fashion, enriching the analysis of statistical information. It demands other times and updating methods of geospatial information, and what we have enhanced is the adaptation of these work teams to coordinate this work. Thank you very much. Thank you, Adriana, and we congratulate INDEC of Argentina for their excellent work and excellent presentation. Let me now move on to Paraguay, to the National Statistics Institute of Paraguay. The presentation will be delivered by our friend Ivan Ojeda, whom we miss here in this room. We hope to see you face to face very soon. Ivan, are you there? Good afternoon, dear Rolando. I don't know if you can hear me. Please let me know. Yes, we hear you. We can't see you yet, but it seems that we will be able to see you soon. Thank you, dear Rolando Campo, and dear Director of the Statistics Division. And I would like to convey a greeting to your whole team and to Marcos Labaña, the President of the SCA, and to all our colleagues that are present there. I send a fraternal greeting, and likewise to all those that are following us via this technological magic. Regrettably, I cannot be there face to face, but as a result of Rolando and his whole team, I am present. In Paraguay, we have also made progress in terms of a statistical geoportal, and indeed we have prepared with our team a very short presentation. Please confirm if you can see it. Yes, we are able to see it. Great. We will talk a little bit about progress in the implementation of the Geostatistical Portal of Paraguay. This is an initiative that has already been developed within the framework of the Housing and Population Census conducted in 2022, and involves the support of the Statistical Division of ECLAC's Statistical Division. Let us talk a little bit about some background. We have decided as a national statistics office in Paraguay to implement a web platform in order to have socio-demographic information in territories, which results from the 2022 National Population and Housing Census, with disaggregated data per departments and districts. This will also enable local governments to plan and implement public policies adjusted to the needs of their respective populations. The main objectives of this project is to offer users in a practical and integrated manner access to a whole series of resources and services based on geographic information. What we also seek is to make a greater use of geospatial technology, avoiding the redundancy of tasks and facilitating the transfer of knowledge and expertise related to geographical information systems. It will likewise enable us to gain access and view geospatial data, enabling integration and interoperability of information between various institutions, researchers, independent researchers, services, companies, and so on and so forth. The characteristics of this portal relate to the contents of data and maps, and also with the GeoNode technology. Likewise, in accessibility formats, shapefile and GeoJSON, and also the CIRGAS reference system. tool is supplemented with a free software in order to enable the publication and viewing and consulting geospatial data. And for that purpose, it used a GeoNode as a platform for the interaction between users and data. Here we can see a first image of how we can view the map of Paraguay with its political borders. The free software tool that was selected was using this tool, we created a cartographic view for the publication, and in order to view and use layers of geographic information. Here you can see Paraguay's geo portal. Obviously, we have the menus and the various data that can be, or rather the layers that can appear as from religious installations, houses, road infrastructure updated in terms of the material that the road is built with.
We can also integrate all the data. We are laying down the foundations in Paraguay for interoperability of database to show statistical information. We are linking geospatial data with indicators. Rolando, Alvaro, Daniel have given us a great help with the ECLAC team, and using as a basis the representation of different layers, the GeoNode, and the statistical information coming from other platforms where the dimensions and indicators to be used are uploaded. We hope that this geostatistical portal will be of use for the national system, and then the information can be updated there. We do protection of statistical info. GeoPortal is a dynamic tool accessible for the user, so the users can interact with the geostatistical information. Here we can also see tables of value for statistical information, offering properties and how to show values, to download geodata, and to go to GeoBank to get a plain format in a pivot format. Here we can see the number of populations. These are data of the new census, preliminary data of the new census, and population density, and GeoPortal finally. Then the cartographic data of the last census of population and housing in Paraguay. Each yellow point is a household. We visited 2 million households, and we can see greater density in the eastern part of the republic, different from the western part. The statistical office has to collect and systematize, analyze the information, and it's there where the geostatistical portal is a strategic tool, not only for the analysis and dissemination of information, but we are laying down the foundations of online processing of statistical information. With this, we are democratizing the information, always in line with the guiding principles of statistics, and above all, to highlight what has been said by our colleagues at the beginning, such as Jose Manuel Salazar, that the info produced by the National Statistical Office are a public good. These are essential for our democratic systems. Our president also, the chairman of CAA, said also about the urgency of data, because this will speed up the available information. And all these will be in line with the training process in the dissemination of data of census. We're going to work with the academia with our colleagues from a statistical office, with the public policies developers to facilitate the use of our geostatistical portal. So finally, to thank for this opportunity to mention how we are making progress along this geostatistical portal. This will be published over this year. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ivan, and congratulations for this important progress in terms of georeferenciation of the statistical information in Paraguay. Now, our colleague Johnny Suxo from the National Institute of Statistics of Bolivia. And you've got 15 minutes. Thank you so much, Director. Thank you to all the colleagues of the different areas and the different NSOs and all the institutions related to statistical information. With Humberto Arandia wasn't able to be here now, so apologies on his behalf. And I'm going to report on the advances and implementation that has been done in the Statistical Institute of Bolivia in terms of the implementation of the platforms of the use of geoportals and all what has to do with the development of this field. Some background information with the census of population and housing of the year 2012. We implemented a component in our web portal which was called Geographical Information System in that time for the CHED development. And as another piece of information, I can tell you that the National Institute for Statistics and the offices of statistics are focused on the Office of Statistics and Economic Indicators and the Directorate of Census and Accounts and National Accounts. And just 10 years ago, the Directorate of IT, Cartography, and Space Infrastructure was formed. Although this has long experience in the mapping work that has been done, especially developing the population census, and with some work done in sampling format out of the social surveys. With the advent of the new technologies and more access to geographical information, this was incorporated into this new directory 10 years ago. 2 years ago, and for you to know, in November 2021, we passed the law 1405, the law of official statistics of the plurinational state of Bolivia. Institutionality that is acquiring the National Statistical Institute and the IB10, the NEGI from Mexico. The geographical competences established in the Constitution and for other statistical institutes would be to make progress, and in some cases the road's not so clear. But this is the geographical information system, statistical that was developed in that time. And then the population census in 2012, the geographical basis at department level is of a referential nature for statistical representation purposes. This is based on the map which is elaborated by the National Geographical Military Institute. This is the official information in the geographical aspects, and this has to do with the difficulties that the National Institute of Statistics went past this the census and information in that time, especially in relation to the political orders. And so this is something very important because the system has been developed not initially as a statistical dissemination platform, but rather as an element of the statistical infrastructure, which will enable to develop statistical another system which has been developed is the cartographic update and monitoring system. The National Institute for Statistics since the last year has been working in the 2023 population and household census. For the first time, cartographic work has been done, which has been digitized, providing access to territorial information with more accuracy and applying new technology to geographical areas of low density. So we have covered the national territory in a very laborious work, and now we have updated the cartography to with a view to the next population census, which has been scheduled for March of the next government. So one thing that the CEA chair said this morning is the work being done by the national statistical offices in terms of the use of administrative resources and to turn them into statistical records. We know as statisticians that the geographical information can be deployed provided that there is a territorial basis with little territorial reference, and that's very important, and that can be achieved with gigantic activities such as population census. The authorities which are involved in planning normally request the statistical offices, and especially in Bolivia, they have requested for territorial-based information for the basic planning unit, which is the municipality. So for more than 10 years, the planning system have entered into territorial planning processes, which should be presented every 5 years. And the information required by these territorial units not only is of a social nature, but economic nature to support the planning, socioeconomic planning and development. So the social type of information for these units, I mean the municipalities, that was enough to develop the planning mechanisms and to develop proposals of planning. So the National Institute for Statistics has developed what has been called the economic potential system. This platform is consists of the compilation of different statistical information sources at a territorial level. And as you can see, the geographical information is related to projects and development plans, and is related to environmental aspects, economic aspects, and general aspects as well. I mean, water and geophysical networks, roads, electrical networks, and a lot of information about the territory. Basically, this is the scheme of this economic potential system, which deploys all the aspects related to planning and the different projects, such as tourism, rural development, the road development systems, productive irrigation projects, and irrigation at the municipal and the park levels. The projects which are related to the use of land. In terms of the environment, this platform contains information about protected areas and other aspects such as territorial units, especially the small ones, which are using a lot of information, tourist information, which is used to develop their own development strategy. Another aspect also in line with this economic potential, which has been also included here, is the gross production value, which is a category of a national account. This is an indirect approximation, which is not validated yet by the National Accounts Directorate, but this is very useful to quantify the contribution in terms of the economic value at the municipal level versus the national level, not only departmental, but this municipal level. So there are projects of development, deploying information implemented by different ministries, such as health centers, educational units, infrastructure, road infrastructure. And in terms of the environment, we have the different basins prioritized for irrigation, dams, irrigation process, Miagua project, and many other aspects or many other layers, so to speak. And something that I would like to specify here is that although we have now technology to disseminate geographical statistics, one of the important things that we need to take care of is the information source. We need to be very responsible in terms of that the primary information at some national or territorial level should be statistically dealt with to have representative information. And this is more than the mere geographical dissemination information or technical units in the National Institute of Statistics. This is my presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Johnny, for your presentation. Very broad and very clear. and we wish you the best for the next year's census. And without further ado, I'm going to open the floor for comments or questions, remarks about this topic that we have been covered. And I see Panama. I see Chile as well. And Panama, you've got the floor.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for offering the floor. First of all, I'd like to thank our colleagues' presentation. Daniel, Argentina, Paraguay, and Bolivia. Of course, the conclusion we can draw from these presentations is precisely the fact that we need to use technology so that we open up that kind of dialogue regarding databases, and also to be willing to make those data available to users, because these data or big data, there's some information or lots of information is not so user-friendly. In Panama, we are we're developing on a portal on housing and population census that we just ran successfully. In precisely what Danielle said, we want to establish data sets and databases that can connect with the different variables so that they can communicate to each other. So we have the Portal Agropecuario, which is the agricultural and livestock portal, is a geo-referenced production units of that industry. Our national government also signed an agreement with Copernicus. Panama has been chosen as the seat of the Copernicus data center. We're going to use the database of the European Union satellite system that will collect climate, land, agriculture, ocean data, and also indiscriminate felling of forests. So, and even with this, I'm closing. We, as institutions that produce data, it is always good, and we saw the evidence today with environmental aspects, of working jointly with the institutions to achieve better results. That even leads us to working with countries in Latin America that allow us to build on multilateralism and regionalism efforts. Thank you, Panama. Chile, you're recognized.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank our colleagues. Just to mention our vision about the importance of having good mechanisms to visualize data that somehow are very difficult to obtain. For example, the ones that are gathered through a population and housing census from the point of view of statistics offices. Having this type of display, data display, allows to prepare a census that will take place here next year. And for us, it's been very important to have these cartographic updating platforms and having the necessary technology to identify housing units that might not be identified unless we had the technology, therefore being able to fine-tune that detection. So from the statistical point of view, the displaying and geo-referencing tools are so important for statistics. And since these are very expensive exercises, it is very important to then being able to integrate population and housing data with statistical and geo-referenced or geospatial data. Those are data that will be displayed to the general audience and economic policymakers, specifically municipalities, districts, and territorial units that are not necessarily covered with our surveys. So this invitation is to collect information, integrate that information, and to allow the broader audiences to have access to that, because at the end of the day, all of this is a benefit to the community, because significant resources are spent on the development of these statistics. Thank you, Chile. We'd like to offer the floor to Brazil.
Desta conferência. Prazer enorme estar aqui representando o Instituto Brasileiro de Geografia e Estatística, que tem quase 90 anos de produção de informações, dados geográficos para um país de dimensão continental como o Brasil, e que recentemente realizou o censo demográfico com enorme desafio para a atualidade pós-censo, pós-pandemia, desculpe. As informações estão disponíveis no nosso site e revelam um pouco as atribuições que a instituição tem, basicamente olhando para o nosso país. Mas, como o presidente Lula destacou, o Brasil.
The interpreters regret to inform that Portuguese is not an official language of this conference.
Que congregue o mais possível as nações, não apenas do ponto de vista do CELAC, que se reorganiza, como também a direção do G20 e dos próprios BRICS. E isso implica, obviamente, favorecer um pouco do que foi aqui apresentado pelos colegas em termos de experiências de outros países, de integração de bancos de dados, objetivando oferecer uma perspectiva mais totalizante do entendimento de uma realidade em transformação. Na sessão anterior, não foi com presença menor do que nós temos aqui agora, foi tratado de um tema que me imputo muito importante, que deve ser, de certa forma, associada à discussão que aqui apresentou acerca da integração dos dados públicos, dados de pesquisas, dados estatísticos, mas também registros administrativos a serem transformados em registros estatísticos. Mas há, por outro lado, um crescente bancos de dados privados, e coloca em xeque a soberania dos Estados nacionais, na medida em que nós não detemos tanto as fontes tecnológicas, como também um conjunto de informações privadas, que fazem com que, em grande medida, sejam corporações transnacionais que dispõem de mais informações do que os presidentes da República e até mesmo das instituições públicas geradoras de informações. Penso que esse é um desafio muito grande pelo qual nós precisamos refletir, tendo em vista que hoje as estatísticas, diferente do passado, têm um papel voltado basicamente para modelos de negócio, geradores de recursos, de renda, que não são apropriados pelos nossos países. Nesse sentido, portanto, me parece oportuno chamar a atenção para esse tema que foi anteriormente brevemente tratado, mas que deve ser considerado, no meu modo de ver, para todos que trabalham com o tema da estatística, com a produção de dados, tendo em vista o risco que estamos vivendo hoje em termos de soberania nacional das informações. Muito obrigado pela oportunidade.
Muchas gracias, Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. Now, Costa Rica, you're recognized. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the presentations. I'd like to thank ECLAC's initiative in developing the GeoPortal. I believe these projects do contribute to countries' development. It is a major driving force. We know that the developments entail significant costs, and being able to provide that guidance and the GeoPortal figures so that the countries can use that as the basis and to fully implement that in our own countries. I think it is an important effort, and that we'd like to recognize that support that we've been given all this time. And those developments, it's not only about the effort itself, because we know that the idea is to be able to clearly identify that information and that link between statistical information and the geospatial information, very much in line with what we just heard of being able to keep and preserve confidentiality, and to what extent can we disseminate information, because this is important challenges we still face. And these developments, of course, shouldn't make us to think about it and being careful when trying to leverage this type of data displays, which are also important regarding access to information. We also discussed this morning. We need statistics to be quote unquote translated to make it more user-friendly and used for decision making. Thank you, Costa Rica. Ru, you have the floor. Thank you, Rolando. After listening to the very interesting presentations, I think undoubtedly we all know that geoportals are quite useful as long as we are able to combine maps, geospatial information with data. We are able to do so many things. I believe everything we have in our different countries, cartographic updating, census, it's extremely useful, and even more so when everybody has access to it. And we know that the more we use data, investment on statistics are even more fruitful. But the more people use the information, well, our work is undoubtedly appreciated, and we need to promote that. But I wanted to underscore this type of in-house geoportals in order to support our own activities. For example, if all our research, our census and surveys and field work is geo-referenced, we are able to automatically correct information, and we are able to improve or to reconsider. Let me give you an example. We are running a cartographic update of more than 1,500 districts in Peru. We started with the smallest one, the most remote ones, and the most rural ones. And we've been finding several housing units without any dwellers, because in the field you see people that sometimes leave their places to go in harvesting, and sometimes surveyors make a mistake between temporary housing compared to definitive housing. These geoportals allow us to actually reconsider that and correct so that we do not see an accumulation of issues like this, because it is much more difficult to go back to the field when you leave a district or a certain borough or place once you've left it. This also means that we are able to look at productivity. We can look at productivity by worker, workload, how many housing units were identified by each one of our workers. So we should look our geoportals kind of looking outward, which is the reason being for the institution, but also in-house, so that the quality of the information, the statistical information, is better and better. Thank you, Peru.
Thank you. Very interesting presentations just now. I'm asking if you could clarify for me. I'm not sure if I missed it. In your presentation, Daniel, you spoke about developing a repository or enhancing a repository of satellite imagery. So I wanted to get some clarification on how countries could access those satellite images for our own national data analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamaica. República Dominicana.
Dominican Republic. Well, I didn't know what language I was going to speak. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentations. I'd like to join the thankfulness and the congratulations to the statistics unit of ECLAC because they are supporting Dominican Republic in the creation of its geoportal and in dissemination of the 10th population and housing census. And we've also made some progress, including other information layers or statistical layers regarding forests, etc. But I would also like to thank the Bureau of Census of the United States because they've been supporting us by setting up together with the Department of Cartography and Geostatistics of the National Statistics Office the application of criteria and processes for spatial data to develop theme maps that will help us in the dissemination and also setting up best practices and guidelines in order to design a dissemination plan in that regard. So we'd like to thank for that support that we've been receiving. And as Dominicans, we're committed to keep on improving our own capabilities to improve information. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Argentina, Marco.
Argentina, Marco. Thank you, Orlando. I just wanted to tell you about an experience that we've experienced in Argentina, and I believe it's worth it. Costa Rica mentioned that the implementation of these systems is very expensive. Point of view of human resources, from the financial investment, and the fact that we can work comprehensively in the context of ECLAC with a very strong effort by ECLAC. I believe this allows us to become even more and more useful. We can always make things more dynamic with new features, and the fact that several countries are implementing or are working in the use of this tool, this will mean that we are going to take even more advantage. It's open source data. Offices can learn from the geoportal and how to improve it. I just wanted to invite everyone so that part of the community represented here should look at how we can improve these systems. Systems and geoportals are complex. They are extensive in terms of resources, and working together, I believe, is it's a major contribution we can actually give each other. Colombia. Thank you. I'd like to thank ECLAC for all the support we've been given for the preparation of our geoportal in Colombia. Once again, this is absolutely invaluable for our countries, but I would also like to mention what we have said regarding the costs involved. All these images, this is an initiative we are starting in Colombia from Agustin Codazzi, a Geographic Institute, which is the official Colombian entity in charge of this type of information. They will basically procure centralized imaging. All state entities that may need images will procure it from, it will be made available for all the different agencies from ECLAC. This cuts down on costs significantly because what we used to do traditionally is that each entity, each ministry would even buy exactly the same image and cost would double. So this is an initiative in which we are betting in order to cut down on costs. And in the spirit of the nations, maybe there could be some national efforts between bordering countries, and it would be interesting to generate this type of alliances. Likewise, the spatial data Colombian infrastructure is being created, and we are very much focused on and interested on geographic records, equivalent to statistical records, but those require significant coordination. I believe this is the topic which we could start debating and discussing, because this means that technological infrastructure is needed to share this information. Different types of efforts are needed compared to what we do in managing databases. We could start exchanging experiences to learn from each other about the progress that has been made. Thank you very much. Thank you, Colombia. I don't see any more countries.
Ecuador. Ecuador.
Thank you. On the part of the Ecuadorian Statistics Office, I'd like to thank ECLAC for their support. I wanted to share something interesting, considering what our colleagues have said already. Thinking of the launch of the housing and population census, we've also launched a geoportal, and one of the strategies we have for the good use of this information, but it's important, is to make the use of this information democratic, precisely having or sharing the responsibility with the municipalities. By law, they must update their inventories, and this is a tool that will facilitate that work. So I think it is important, first of all, to invite the statistics community so that this interinstitutional support can still be running, but at the same time to promote the use by specialized and non-specialized users, for us to be able to guarantee that the information that is collected is used adequately. That was it. Thank you. Thank you, Ecuador. There are no more. Colombia? Would you like to? Okay.
Halim from CARICOM. He's as I don't know if you know him. He's the new statistics director of CARICOM. And it's a pleasure to have you here, Halim, and very welcome to ECLAC.
Thank you, Orlando. Thank you very much to the presenters. Very informative presentation.
Can you hold the microphone?
Okay, better. All right. Thank you very much, presenters. Very informative presentation. And this is a very important area for statistics development in the CARICOM region because of our high risk to climate events and also because of our region's priority to disaster risk mitigation and also building climate resilience. And for us in this area, investment in statistics actually means saving lives, especially from our recent experiences with the disasters that ravaged our member states and associate member states. It is also important to capitalize on the opportunity of our censuses, given that all of the censuses that are being undertaken within the region are would provide data that is geo-reference. And hopefully this data set will become available soon. In addition to that, we have been advancing this area, and as an important first step in doing so, we've in terms of the integration of geospatial and statistical information, we've hosted a workshop in collaboration with ECLAC, thanks to Orlando and his colleagues, and also the OECS Commission, and with support from the 11th EDF, European Union 11th EDF. And this workshop was basically on the integrated geospatial information framework, which, as you know, is the overarching framework. So at this time, it was an opportunity for us to raise awareness and encourage and provide guidance for the effective management and utilization of geospatial information in support of economic, social, and environmental development priorities. In addition to this, as one of the decisions coming out from this workshop, we decided that as part of the upcoming statistical meeting, the Standing Committee of the Caribbean Statistician, we will launch a technical working group specifically to promote and support the integration of statistical and geospatial information within CARICOM, in alignment, of course, with global and regional guidelines. And we're doing this with the ultimate objective of informing decision-making, public policies, and national priorities, national and regional priorities, and sub-regional challenges through disaggregated and georeferenced statistical data. And we hope that as it relates to the integration of statistical and geospatial information, that the working group will identify national and sub-regional challenges and drivers, disseminate and communicate the value of geospatial data to national and regional high-level decision makers, to ensure and maintain collaboration and exchange, develop technical documentation, recommend and provide capacity building opportunities, promote and facilitate institutional partnerships and agreements, promote and disseminate best practices and facilitate these processes at the national level, promote the development and the interoperability of technological platforms for managing and disseminating statistical data. And we are happy to be collaborating with ECLAC in this initiative as well. And we seek guidance from this community, from those countries that have advanced in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karim. Le damos la palabra a ONU Mujeres.
We'd like to offer the floor to UN Women. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to join in the congratulations for the initiatives. They are of the utmost importance to promote the use of data. I wanted to also mention something that Panama mentioned, which is enabling the use of information. It's important to understand the users, statisticians or not, in this general sense as users of the platform. I would like to highlight the work of ECLAC and ECLAC's portal because it shows gender statistics and how we as users can make this information visible and also use it as a territorial, in a territorial manner. And of course, we also saw on the slide that there was a gender module, and that makes it easier to have a gender perspective and to show everyone the realities that we're working on in this area. I also wanted to mention that from UN Women, our commitment is also around UN Women Count. One of the pillars is the promotion of data with visualizers, and we need to find the intersection of these data, statistical data, with gender issues. Our commitment is about that, and we hope that these territorialized data will help us and will offer us data to better improve, further improve these efforts. Thank you to UN Women. Daniel, you have up to 2 minutes because coffee is getting cold. So you may reply to our colleague from Jamaica. Thank you, Rolando. Regarding the data bank, satellite images are being built, and we hope to be able to work in a non-interoperable fashion, but also having open source data, which will be open to all. It can be used and migrated to the national databases. And we would therefore like to make a launch. I'd like to mention a couple of things regarding the interventions. I share in the fact, in the usability of the information and our experience in terms of the developments in ECLAC and what we're doing with several countries is that although we are emphasizing the data portal, geoportal, not geoportal, but basically it is a data portal. And when we look for the information within the institution, that is where we see there is a lot of work to be done. So there are very positive developments in the region, but they are islands. Some projects may have a wonderful front end, but it doesn't talk to the other codes, language, classifications. with another platform that may have supplementary information, but it just simply doesn't talk to the other one. So we believe that the need for the implementation of dissemination platforms is important. It does bring about another conversation, a deeper conversation that has to do with the language, the formats, and how we are working on the interoperability of the information in order to do these things. I'd like to also agree with Colombia in terms of how things can be done. It's not easy to do these things. And that is the idea, to try to harmonize and put this at the disposal of the members. I hope I didn't speak for more than two. Just a clarification, when we talk about the data margins, we're talking, or images, we're talking about satellite images, open data, open source data, and we're not talking about satellite images for cadasters or satellite images at the level of disaggregation to 30 centimeters for very specific uses that countries may have. Our task is to create this data bank with different graphic capacities that different organizations have. For example, Copernicus is open, Landsat, others that are open, and we can build together. Numa also is open, so we can generate this data bank that can give us a regional view that is necessary to take a closer look at these statistical and geodemographic data. So we're not able to yet, but we can create these large databases with the support of ECLAC, and we can compile all this information for you. Thank you very much. There's some advertising I need to do here for CEPALSTAT, CEPALGEO, and also a video on qualities that is within CEPALSTAT database, and it is about the inequities and how we can visualize them from this perspective. I'd like to invite you to a coffee break. We have 15 minutes, well, 10 minutes, because I know we'll come back in 15, so 10 minutes, and we'll come back and conclude with the last session. Thank you to all.
Bueno, si les parece, seguimos.
Let us move ahead. We are running somewhat late, and we will begin with the point on estimation models in small areas. And for the disaggregation of official statistics, as occurred with the previous point, we will listen to presentations from various panelists, and we will subsequently open up the floor for discussion on these methods and the possibility of using these methods in order to strengthen the production of official statistics that are adequately disaggregated. So we first of all have Pedro Silva of the National School of Statistical Sciences, ENSE of Brazil. After that, Dani of Colombia. And the Statistics Division of ECLAC will close the panel. So first of all, ENSE from Brazil. I don't know if they are present in this room. Pedro, are you here? Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, now we can see you also. Well, I would like to begin by thanking Javier, Rolando, and ECLAC for your invitation to share this presentation with you. I apologize for not being physically present there, but my health on this occasion has prevented me from doing so. So I will deliver this talk remotely, but with enormous pleasure. I would like to share my screen. First of all, please confirm if you are being able to see it. Yes, we can. This is a very brief presentation. I am not going to present many results, but I would simply like to confirm an important motivation so that this issue may become part of the practice so that we can fully benefit from this and so that we can implement this type of methodology for small areas in official statistics offices. We are living in an era where the availability and access to data has no precedence in the history of humanity. These are some quotes from people that in the past, more than 10 years ago, already mentioned that the amount of data that is produced in the world at present increases at a very high, outrageous speed. So one could ask oneself, well, if we have so much data, what is this issue about when we talk about estimations for small areas? And that question can be easily answered because whilst we have a lot more data than in the past, what also grows very quickly and in some and around some issues at a faster speed than the availability of information, what grows is the demand for detailed data, detailed in terms of population groups, detailed in terms of geography, the territory of countries, and also this issue refers to a greater frequency in terms of obtaining and producing information, and likewise the coverage of new issues. All that is very adequately presented in an article published in 2007 by Professor Jim Holt, who at that occasion was the chief statistician of the Office for National Statistics in the UK, who put forward the following situation for official statistics. He said, this is like an Olympic challenge to produce more widely or around more issues and in greater depth, in greater detail, in a quicker fashion, in a better fashion, and also in a cheaper way. So we face this Olympic challenge in the production of official statistics. In addition, as supplemented by this very important UN agenda, with this imperative of leaving no one behind, which forms part of the 2030 goals, which involves statistics about groups and minorities that are today often invisible when it comes to the official statistics that we produce. And for these reasons, what increases is the need to produce more statistics, often based on data sources that already exist or from new sources, but where we will not only be able to have all those aspects that are already available in traditional sources. And therefore, before we move on to the next slide, I would like to mention that we are at a moment when this issue of statistics, of knowing how to produce statistics for small areas, is similar to the situation faced 30 or 40 years ago when we discussed official statistics in terms of learning via sampling. After some time in the 50s and 60s and until the mid 70s, what we did was to produce censuses, very, very unfrequent and expensive censuses, and therefore the census began to prevail, and we all had to conduct these surveys using samples. So we faced many challenges such as these, but we were able to overcome them. We began using mobile devices for the collection of data and internet for data collection also. And now we have another wide-ranging issue, which is to produce statistics for small areas based on existing data or information sources. Traditional sources is something that we were well aware of, and we're talking here of censuses, exhaustive surveys, and extremely expensive surveys. And for this reason, rare exercises. It took us a long time to conduct population censuses or agricultural and livestock censuses or others. Surveys using samples is the most frequent thing that we do because we are able to do that, to do small surveys with manageable costs, and thus much more frequent. And we are also able to encompass a wider range of issues associated to the issue of frequency.
Administrative records are related to official statistics production, but we always limited access to some limited topics which are covered by a record and the fish coverage. But to produce statistics of this record in general is cheaper than collect the same information, and also provide us opportunity to produce detailed information for the small groups of population. Recently, big data or organic data has also been used and analyzed to produce statistics, but we also have limited access, deficient coverage, and disadvantages. We can approach new topics, and also depending on the available sources, they are cheaper. The negative aspect of this type of information is that they were not planned to produce official statistics. So the important challenges here that has to do with guaranteeing that what is produced out of these sources is of quality to finally end up as official statistics with requirements accordingly. Small areas, well, the areas are not small, but the samples are small to estimate areas or population subgroup. In all this sampling survey, we plan taking into account some groups of the population. So we're going to guarantee this in sample surveys which are enough They will allow us to estimate for this domain, which were identified prior the survey. And we're facing a situation that we would always have demand to estimate and not identified or domain that we could not identify. We don't have money and time and with all the same quality than for the set of main domains. Many times stakeholders that we want to produce estimated calculation, they would not consider domains for the purpose of planned samples. As an example, in Brazil, we have a big survey, the National Continuous Survey per Household Sampling, which is done on quarterly basis, which is prepared out in the field, which is a very traditional, stratified, two-stage survey. We take sample from different sectors, and the sample of interest has been divided in 142 geographical strata defined by federation units in each head of federation, which is part of the capital city of the federation unit, the metropolitan region, and the rest of the departments, and also stratified based on census sector divided between rural and urban areas. So the idea is to take samples of size enough out of these 142 geographical areas. This is a total sample of 500,000 individuals approximately that we pass a good survey every quarter with the distribution per geographical strata, rural 142, and so we can see that for many strata in rural areas, we have a small size. A quarter of this size are lower than 130 individuals in each stratum. In the urban strata, the samples are in general very good to estimate central tables of population groups. But if we decide that we want to prepare statistics defined per color or race, this table shows the two groups of high frequency with just the dark and white skin people. But if we focused on people, what we call the minority group of people, which are pretos, amarelos, or indigenous, these samples are not enough to get statistics of quality. Out of 132 strata, there are about 20 which are not represented in this sample, which has been called amarelo or indigenous. So we have a problem of area where we have no sample at all. In this type of situation, there's no classic solution for sample capable to produce the estimates of quality. And so we will require to use statistical methods to estimate for small areas. And my colleagues will talk about applications and models afterwards. But this serves to comment that the biggest sample, it is always possible to find some group of interest where we don't have enough samples and where it would be necessary to produce estimates of this sort, which can be also inferred with other methods. In the main survey, one of the most important things is to estimate the different categories of people, the people which worked or unemployed, and this wouldn't allow to estimate this per stratum. But for bigger groups defined by regions and but not per geographical strata, such as, as the survey has been already prepared. Now, the IBGE is not publishing estimate for geographical strata, not the segregated geographical strata, not even by sex, but just geographical strata for the total number of population subdivided according to people occupied or unemployed. This is not new. This is in the literature from the main article since the year 1979, and the methods are known, accepted in many countries. Many countries have statistical offices which regularly publish official statistics with this type of approach. And there is a lot of collaboration, even between the official statistics and the academia. There is a recent effort has been made to disseminate these techniques. There are different conferences which have been held since 1992, and next year the Small Area Estimation Conference will take place in Lima, Peru, highly accessible to the people of the region to know about what is going on. And now we have a wiki page promoted by the United Nations. I will give you the reference of this. We have some libraries of functions in the art software, and there are many countries which are now undertaking experimental statistics as a way to reach to official statistics. Now this is a link to the website where we can find the production of statistics for small areas in line with SDGs. And there's a lot of literature, some of which has been produced by ECLAC and other international agencies. There is a book which is almost a Bible for the people working on this topic, which has as reference the John Rao and Isabel Molina book, Small Area Estimation. And all this is available in IT tools capable to assist the people who want to promote the publication of these statistics. The IBGE publishes estimates of poverty once a year based on an accumulated sample of the survey. And the reason behind this is that in each quarter, information of all the sources of the sample is not collected, but just the people who are uploading the sample for the first time, or those who are in the fifth survey, they can't enter information of other sources, which is not work. So some friends have presented a proposal in terms of poverty indicators per quarter using simple methods which involve a method to try to take advantage of the information available every quarter. This is a very simple idea to input poverty indicators for households which do not have total compiled income. Many of these households can be qualified as non-poor when the labor incomes can make this deterministic determination. And the ones which cannot be concluded in a deterministic manner, they are taken it according to logistic method to include variability of the statistic produced in this way. To give you a quick idea about the estimates which have better estimate compared to direct estimate based just on the sample of 40% of the households which are surveyed every quarter. Here we have the standard ratio where the distribution chart below line 1 means cases where estimates for small areas can improve a lot the direct estimates from the sample. This is an academic exercise. The IBGE hasn't published quarterly estimates of poverty indicators, but if the decision is made, this could be published because it has been already developed as an IT tool which can be shared in terms of with the people who are interested in this type of app. In Brazil, we are rather late in this. We are not publishing the small areas estimation, and we in the 2008 estimation were published per municipalities in Brazil, but this was done only once and the exercise wasn't repeated again. The pressure has increased for this type of exercise can be done on regular basis, but we haven't succeeded yet. There are a lot of difficulties, and other countries probably are facing the same difficulties that we are facing in Brazil. These methods require sophisticated models which require ancillary data of good quality, which are correlated with the variables of interest, but they are not always available. We had no generic software in the past to do this exercise, but this is not the case anymore. There are a lot of tools which can be paid without paying licenses. And we could say also about the limited statistic capacity, but this is not the case again. There is a lot of literature, courses, and opportunities to learn and to share knowledge with our neighbors, the countries which have made a substantial progress along this line. The statistical offices need to make progress in terms of the evaluation studies, specific applications, and also some to overcome this version to risk. We're very careful in what we have to produce, but we need to follow this tradition. But we need to assess and try the quality. And once we're pleased with the quality, we can put the publication into work. There are a lot of opportunities to be worked on. There are a couple of things such as the guidance protocol, very interesting, in an article of Sabinas et al. About how we can develop estimation for small areas. And this has been properly documented in the UN Wiki, how to implement the different stages of this process. And now we have protocols of routine assessment, even when the statistics of a small area estimation published is necessary to pay attention to the quality, because the models in the past may stop working, and it's always important to keep the levels of quality. There are some suggestions in the literature, so how we can work on a routine basis and to carry out modeling-based exercises. There are a lot of references here that can be shared. Thank you so much for your attention, and apologies for not being able to be with you in Santiago. Thank you so much. Thank you. and we're going to have the opportunity to see each other in person. We will continue now with the next panel. Now we will give the floor to Colombia. Thank you so much. I'm going to continue on the line of the professor. Now that we're living in a globalized world, we need more and more information. Because so today we have more information and more data. So the needs make decisions for small areas is increasing the importance. So we're still missing to reach those levels, to reach decisions based on information, so we just disaggregated with this level of detail, something difficult to produce. In line with the information generation model to support public policies, we have the identification of needs and gaps among the stakeholders and geographical and population characterization to differentiate policies, and we need to focus geographically to define priority areas. We have some heterogeneous impacts in terms of public policies, which will lead us to publication of official statistics of different disaggregation models. We would like to build all these mapping. Just in the Colombian case, the National Development Plan for the period 2022-2026 provides all this information. We need to make the visible different statistics with new variables, indicators, surveys, censuses, populations which are more inclusive, and would help us to identify some specific populations with specific needs of the populations, some sectors, satellites, and that's why we need to disaggregate statistics at different levels in populations and strategic territories, and we have the risks there to identify to per variables disaggregated levels.
So, we're going to need a number of indicators to develop the monitoring of the development plans, or in the case of Colombia, to be able to assess changes in gaps, deficiencies that are part of public policymaking. Specifically, follow through with the same example of the National Development Plan, we need a lot of information to the follow-up according to different variables, gender from the man and woman point of view, or the LGBTIQ plus, life cycle, physical disabilities, victims, ethnic groups, and territories. Item number 1, which is the development plan, is the territorial development plan around the water, or other populations that are growing, such as peasants population or popular economy, that go beyond the definitions that we know about informal economy. These new demands for information, plus the ones that we have, such as the Sustainable Development Goals, that require a breakdown, always relevant according to different topics: income, sex, ethnicity, race, migratory status, disability, geographic location, and many other characteristics according to these fundamental principles of official statistics, as we know, based on Resolution 68/261 of the General Assembly. So by keeping this in mind and knowing that ideally we should have information that is produced at a smaller format with the limited resources that we all have, well, we can only start implementing techniques, and the implementation of such techniques in order to estimate small areas become a very important tool that leads us to optimizing our resources. that considers these steps that we are following in the implementation of these methodologies. First, identifying the variables of interest and its domains, then defining information sources and building covariates or variables and the definition of the small area estimation model. Fourth, the consistency and comparison with official figures and expert validation. And that's where we have detected that we are spending much more time in each one of these steps. So the first three are part of the statistics tasks that we develop. The entity more or less has experience the definition of the small areas estimation model under the guidance or the expert knowledge. Well, that is easily achieved, but item number 4, something that takes a lot of time, reviewing consistency in comparison with official figures and expert validation, is the part that can be more cumbersome in this process. And finally, defining the process and results publishing. Now, in the case of Colombia, we are using the blending of all this information in order to produce these statistics that are going to be developed based on official statistics with these small areas systems that we use. Census, population census, such as the agricultural livestock census, statistical and administrative records. What we receive is information we're collecting from mostly official sources, such as subsidies, definitions of labor formality, access to healthcare, access to educational services, social, environmental, and economic surveys that we conduct at DANE with geospatial information, geoportals, satellite imaging that we discussed in the previous session, and other alternate sources such as web scraping, APIs, texts, documents, and social networks that we are developing. So I'm going to show you some applications that we have developed. One of them is the use of satellite images in order to strengthen some of our frameworks. That we use alternative techniques for the strengthening of the livestock and agricultural master framework, with several achievements on this topic. For 2020, we've been using Sentinel-2 imaging, drone imaging, and our training samples are collected in the field. We applied a random forest algorithm for supervised classification based on pixels of soil cover. Improved precision in the classification up to 3% and the limits of coverage. This method replaces the photo interpretation according to a supervised and semi-automatic classification through the processing in the cloud and scripts execution. Based on 2020, by 2021, we were able to classify satellite images using Sentinel-2 and 1 and PlanetScope using random forest. Again, we estimated 521 hectares of potato in a specific territory, 483.6 hectares of beans in the territories, with 82 and 76% of precision respectively. And for 2022, we were able to classify the machine learning supervised models with random forest and XGBoost, more than 5,000 hectares of corn and 408,000 hectares of pineapple in specific territories, with overall precisions above 90%. For the update of the crops and models for identifying crops of interest available for the production. Another implementation that we have done is generating multi-dimensional poverty maps at the quarter or block level. We have alternative sources of information for the statistical process. Our multi-dimensional poverty indicator at the department level is estimated based on household surveys we conduct in order to collect the information according to this multi-dimensional characteristic. But in order to think of the municipal context, we combine it with the census information. Census can be collected, and we combine that with the latest one available from 2018. By combining these two sources, we're able to obtain an IPM at the municipal level that combined with household surveys and geospatial information, we were able to lead it to this level of a block. So at the bottom, you see by and large the methodology. The first step is collecting geospatial information, such as nightly lighting, vegetation, roads. A second step is entry, which is survey clusters with aggregate measure of our IPM, multidimensional approach. The third step of the model is a generalized geostatistical mixed model and also a Bayesian statistical model. And the fourth one is the estimate that leads us to poverty under poverty in a cluster, and finally results and validation, which is mapping the IPM at the cluster level in the different blocks and the performance of the model. Another estimate, and we are giving you the news, is the monetary poverty municipal map for 2018 for Colombia. This was done in cooperation with data for now. We did estimates of monetary poverty for 2018. We used the R programming language in order to build co-variables in the model using the integration with housing and population census of 2018 added to administrative records. In the case of Colombia, these records come from poverty programs such as CCPEN, Medua, that come from monetary transfers such as Familias en Acción, Jóvenes en Acción. We have information from CIMAT and RELAB that are connected with the labor market. Results more than the capital cities that are the ones that allow us to measure during the survey and the departments. This map shows geographic differentiation patterns among municipalities in the country in terms of monetary poverty. This is something that we can produce with the survey that we traditionally work. And these patterns allow us to cluster poverties based on monetary poverty, or the ones that are at the other end, or those that are surrounded by those with low poverty or high poverty. So this information, we have not been able to make it available for the audience, but that gives us an idea of the results that can be obtained based on these estimates. Another example that we're working on is municipal estimates of international emigration in Colombia. The high quality municipal disaggregated indicators are available after each population census. In the case of Colombia, it could be every 10 or more years. Surveys provide data that allows to provide estimates for inter-census and post-census periods and the proportion of households with at least one member usually living abroad. At the municipal level, we applied an area of a Harriet model, which is a classical one, as the professor explained, using as the main information source the demographics and healthcare survey of 2015, which is a survey that is not produced by DANE, but with the necessary information. And then we can have these estimates that can be direct with the corresponding CVs, as you see on the maps on the left, and the envelopes with the corresponding CVs on the map on the right. And we are able to do a contrast or a comparison to define whether this could be a valid model or not. One more example, contraceptive methods used for indigenous population with the cooperation of ECLAC and UNFPA. We conducted an estimate of the contraceptive method according to the disaggregate level at the department level, and using EDP, which is the empirical best predictor, and we use the Housing and Population National Census and the Healthcare and Demographics Survey, applying the next steps on standardization of variables using sampling data for the model, then the estimated parameters using auxiliary information, and finally, the estimation of the domains of interest. In this case, are the population groups, which are the ones in the bars at the bottom that were used in order to produce indicators. After running many of these tests, we produced information internally in our surveys using the census satellite information, everything that I've just shown you. So we are looking to reach a statistics production so that they can become regular estimates that meet a publication schedule with standardization in the process automation. That means identifying the needs for information, researching new methodologies to be trained and to develop applications, thinking of repeating this exercise for future periods. On the right, you simply see all these different stages in which we're going to need to generate these research capabilities in order to produce data with a diagnostic and something that we have called sort of a laboratory for implementing these types of small area estimates for the variables that we're working on, such as poverty, labor market, in whatever fertility and whatever other indicator. So in the construction of variables and transformation variables, we map different sources of information, identifying administrative records, cubes, images, satellite images, finding close to 300 variables and different themes and different observation units. In the case of Colombia, we have municipalities, housing units, household individuals, and on the left, very small, you see what we have there is a variable transformation with an algorithm that allows us to see what should be the type of processing required. Once again, we go back to these 4 steps: standardization of variables, managing the same format, standardizing the categories, identifying similar variables with different types of collection methods. Second step in the hierarchy of the information source. This leads to defining the reliability of the source according to the variable. And for what we have done, we will have adjusted as the population census and the use of administrative records to obtain a significant cross-matching of records between the census and administrative records. And the third step, which is updating the information to include, for example, education status, education level, which would be a comment based on different databases. In this case, for example, the National Census on Population and CMAT, which is our educational record, and the definition of the indicator used as a co-variable for the estimation model. So what are we doing? 1 minute. So we are working on estimating and looking for the experience for yes, with the cooperation of FAO. We've done this estimate and we are working on a rash model for the estimate of the model in areas following a Harriet to obtain this information based on our life quality survey that captures information in order to build the national and departmental index and a monetary poverty estimation for 2021 at the municipal level, similar to the one that I showed a minute ago. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We go to Javier Macea.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, the chairman. If you allow me, if you show me presentation, good evening, everyone. I'm really happy to be able to address you today. This is a topic that I'm going to present and that we've been working on for the last 5 years, and that so far we had not had the chance of presenting, of thinking. And we believe it is a very good time, and it matches very well with what was said in the previous session. And of course, with the increasing demand for disaggregated information. So in this presentation, what I would like to do is to tell you what has been the experience of ECLAC in this field, both in terms of learning and also making use and the ownership of this type of information in small area estimates, and maybe asking some questions and providing some answers regarding what we can do or from the different countries. What do you think we could do with these methodologies in order to make the best out of them in terms of the use of official statistics? My initial slides, I'm going through them very quickly because these topics have been clearly and eloquently discussed by Pedro, and also recently, once again. Why are we talking about this? Because there is demand for disaggregated statistics which are necessary for public policy making. We Bolivian delegates say the same. There are certain aspects in public policy where there's a requirement for municipal related information, and surveys by themselves cannot provide us with that information. So this type of methodology basically allows us to reduce the estimate error for those areas for which we have survey information to generate figures for those areas in which the survey exists, but not with enough quality, and even create figures for areas that are not covered in the survey. That is one example, considering some of the most recent examples in the region, how many administrative major divisions do have quality information assessed according to the variation coefficient and other criteria in order to estimate the unemployment rate, for example, for 15 years and more. In some countries, this indicator can be estimated for all administrative divisions, major ones at least, as long as you want to disaggregate it in order to establish, for example, female unemployment rate, and if you want to discuss the female unemployment rate for a specific age group, well, the survey is not enough. So according to the same principle of what Pedro Silva said at the beginning in his example. Now, in simple terms, what do we need to be able to apply these methodologies? Well, some auxiliary source that is representative at the small area level that we cannot cover with the survey. And the process, what it deserves or requires, is to identify variables both in the survey as well as in the auxiliary sources to estimate a model with the survey that will predict the variable of interest based on these covariables, and also applying those parameters to the supplementary source, of course, measuring the estimate error and assessing the reliability of the results. This, in very general terms, just to bear in mind what we're talking about. Now, at ECLAC, this process started first with the seminar back in 2018. We discussed for the first time this topic, specific topic for a seminar, and with a document that since then has become our main reference manual regarding the road ahead, which was written by Isabel Molina, a renowned researcher in terms of small area estimates.
As part of this initial process, we dedicated ourselves to programming in RD these different methods that were in the document, and the document has later been translated to English and French with the support of UNFPA and the statistics division of the UN. We saw a situation where we received some funds from a project where one of the projects was the SAE, which is on the screen, and also in collaboration with UNFPA, became one of the main working projects. This generated virtual and in-person projects, seminars, courses, publications, and we were able to make some estimates of the figures that ECLAC normally produces in order to compare at a regional level together with Valstat and to apply these methodologies in them. As a general idea, the courses basically have two versions available, one in English, and that was done together with the statistics division in New York, and they both have open processes that are ongoing. So if there's anyone in your statistics offices that have not taken the course, you are totally invited to take them. These courses have a combination of pre-recorded materials where everything is explained in short modules. There's 10 thematic modules by means of short videos, and it can be done in a self-guided manner or with tutors. We have made invitations recently for the courses that have a tutor, and they answer the questions of the students every day. Of course, takes a look at their homework. For a few years, we've had the opportunity to collaborate with the countries that are here today in applying these methodologies to very diverse indicators. It's important to see how through these techniques we can generate segregated tools. We're talking about the cantons in Ecuador at a communal level, district level, the poverty levels, victimization and family planning. As part of the project that we mentioned earlier, we also carried out a few seminars and workshops at a national level, and thinking, of course, of taking into account the national statistics system, and we had the opportunity to create these workshops in Chile, Ecuador, Colombia, and there's going to be one in Mexico this year. Apart from what I mentioned early, there was a seminar in 2023, took place in Brasilia, and several countries made significant progress and familiarized themselves with this methodology. From ECLAC, we've carried out a few publications, and I'd like to share with you what our experience has been as users of this methodology and the production of some of these statistics that we generated to compare with others. A lot of this is compiled in the data bank, the household data bank, which had been compiling information, and we had the benefit of the CELADE Population Fund, as well as the fact of the team working for R on Redatam. In time, we also added satellite images that were downloaded from Google Earth. We have access to it, and there's also a library where you can find this information from R directly. It wasn't like that in the beginning, but now it's available. We have variables such as night lights, cultivated soil, among others. The procedure is basically what was described earlier. There was a part that had to do with standardization of variables, and we counted the population, the census, defined the models for the indicators, and estimated the quadratic errors. We also had a process that depended on the bootstrap and are currently using models that my colleague Andres can better explain, the Bayesian models, which I'm not privy to. And it allows decreasing the processing time and applying this methodology to 18 countries in the region simultaneously. And to supplement what my colleague Daniel mentioned in the previous session, we will be launching an access for estimates in this geo portal of CEPAL-STAT, where this information is available. And of course, the poverty statistics and what we are able to do on this platform, it's all integrated with the different geographic layers. We can use it to carry out analyses such as the one we see on screen that is done by municipality, by year, and the brightness shows us the night lights. That starts to facilitate things. It allows us to further analyze the information. So in the beginning, we're not only talking about geographic areas when we say small areas, it's about domain, the production of representative statistics. It's important to have a disaggregation with the characteristics of the people, age group, sex, etc. So at this portal, we can compare at a disaggregated level. We can have for different groups, we can have the incidence of poverty on different socioeconomic groups, and therefore analyze several variables at the same time. We're working on extending these models to multinomial aspects, and it's important to determine whether the person is busy, is not, whether they have a source of work. And we look at multidimensional poverty in order not to lose the main aspects of the poverty index, in order to be able to calculate the different dimensions in the global index, and to do so in a disaggregated manner, geographically speaking. We've presented so far the introduction of the session and the presentation, where we got to know Colombia's experience. We see that these methodologies show an alternative to the disaggregation of data. There's a lot of literature and many practical experiences, and it's a methodology that uses available sources. We're integrating them to take advantage of the potential offered by each one. Taking advantage of the fact that there are numerous resources from which we obtain the information, I'm going to skip a couple of things here. The question we ask ourselves, and that I'd like to present here, is what are the obstacles that we find from the statistics office to use this methodology? It may have to do with a first step, with encouraging experimentation and to evaluate results. And in time, once this is a little more developed, then we take a look at the official statistics. Now, how can we, from these, and with these international statistics, how can we facilitate the process? Thank you. This is very interesting. We have a few additional minutes, so I would like to offer the floor to the delegations that may wish to ask questions or make comments. I don't see any hands up. Brazil has the floor.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Pedro. Pedro, are you connected?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay.
Put closer to the,
Sorry?
can you put closer to the?
Yeah. Fine now. Pedro, you have mentioned, and Javier has mentioned also the need of having good auxiliary variables to use small area estimation. Do you think that small area estimation can benefit from the integration of geospatial and statistical information? I mean, Piedad has mentioned the use of satellite imagery, but we have also other kind of data, for example, positioning data. We have mobile phone data that allows us to make dynamic population displacement, migration, for example, commuting, and specifically about the dynamic population, it may be interesting to use as an auxiliary variable. If you wanted to comment on that, thank you.
Very briefly, Andrea, yes, the answer is yes. Anything that is available, correlated with your target variable, and has the ability for you to access that information, to combine it, to take advantage of that information together with the data of your survey or surveys, is good information. It's fine. The challenge is sometimes accessibility. Some of this information is not easily or readily available at the NSOs, and therefore they would have to engage in securing access to such data sources before they can produce small area estimates where covariates are coming from, let's say, satellite images and so on.
Gracias. Panamá. Sí, muchas gracias.
Thank you. Panama. Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank Brazil, Colombia, and Javier on behalf of ECLAC for their interesting presentations. And no doubt, the estimate of these small areas takes us to the value of big data, of census. What do? They show us territorial differences. And all this allows us to determine the needs and priorities of our countries. These tools are of the utmost importance for public policies and to attack these specific needs. The other thing that I would like to mention is to mention the official aspects is that as of October 16th this year, we will have a seminar that we've been invited to in order to move forward with the development of these tools that are so important for our countries. Yes, Uruguay. Mr. Chair, thank you for the presentations. One of the questions I have, and that perhaps has to do with the difficulty of moving from experimental statistics to official statistics, is what happens with the stability of correlations, and when you move from models to reality, there may be challenges in keeping this in other areas, or perhaps the areas we chose are not necessarily the right ones or adequate ones. So it's difficult when we need to use estimated parameters. I'm just trying to contribute to the discussion, but it's good to have these methods. Andres, yes. Well, Mr. Chair, to me, it is an honor to participate in this project. It's been 6 years, led by Rolando Campo and the head of social statistics, Javier. I just wanted to mention the interagency efforts. We're working with FAO, with UNFPA, and the ILO, and also to put ourselves at Rolando's disposal for any technical assistance and training you may need. We have carried out 7 versions of a course that began by being in person, and then it became online, and many people have been trained, many experiences, a lot of technical work, and we would like to, we would hope that you would participate in this training as well. Pedro, are you still there? Are you still connected? Any reflections on the comment that Uruguay made? Briefly, yes, it's true. Statistics that are not based on models require processes, rigorous processes, to periodically determine whether they are adequate to present the relationships between variables of interest and the variables that we have available from auxiliary sources. There are periodic evaluation protocols, and I mentioned them at the end of my presentation, but this helps for the production practice in these traditional stats. But we need to revise all of the measurement methods, how we carry out these estimations. And that is the idea of producing statistics. We need to maintain quality, the samples, the census, these record statistics, few sources, and of course, of small areas. Colombia. I wanted to add to what Pedro was saying. We mentioned that the projection models are more than studied. We need to identify the variables, climate and others, that could be improved, but we need to know traditionally what they are about. And this happens also with a series of other issues and topics that we know well, where we've over-identified what the variables are that are relevant, and we reduce the probability of that was mentioned by the Uruguayan director. So there's some areas that we know well, others that we're very comfortable with, and others that we will need to review periodically. If there are no other countries, we'll go on to FAO. Yes, good afternoon to all. I would like to mention some of the projects that the FAO is working on. It has to do with the estimation of small areas. A couple of years ago, we held a series of workshops, and we were very happy to see that several countries have worked on this to monitor. And we decided to go beyond that and to work on small cities in order to develop policies based on the areas that need more support.
We are working with Chile, the Dominican Republic, and Colombia, as mentioned by our colleague from DANE, in the generation of food safety in small areas. And in that work, we have collaborated very well with ECLAC, and we are very thankful for their support with that project. And in addition, in this same project, we are supporting Ecuador in order to generate estimations at very small levels, 321, 322, and 323, that refers to productivity with small-scale agriculture and livestock production. We also have the need that most of these agricultural and livestock survey produce estimations at a national level or perhaps at a regional level. And the truth of the matter is that ministries require much more detailed information. But, however, as a challenge in agricultural and livestock and household surveys, in most countries, there's no budget in order to obtain a sample that can be representative of that small size, and therefore we have a project that means that we're working in 3 countries to produce estimations at small levels with key variables such as the planted surface, harvested surface, and also monitoring. And we're supporting Peru, Colombia, and Chile. And this is an effort between the NSOs and the ministries of agriculture. I would like to mention this simply to back up the need to invest and benefit from those methods to produce detailed statistics on food safety and food security and agriculture and livestock information. UNICEF. First of all, we thank presenters for such relevant presentations, a very good technical and detailed level. As from UNICEF, I would like to say that in 2023, we began the 7th round of mixed surveys of multiple conglomerates, and we are working with approximately 10 to 12 countries that will be using the survey between 2023 and 2026. And all these surveys will include geo-referenced data and that can also contribute significantly to this process. And in terms of estimated areas, in addition to these surveys being an additional and relevant input for SDGs, we're also working with countries in order to expand the themes in estimations of small areas and concentrating on indicators for children, for example, vaccination indices of dosage 0, and also trying to work in order to identify ethnic groups that are usually left out of those estimations, and children's poverty and mortality indicators. And we're also interested in working with international agencies that have already developed these techniques, and also working with countries in the region in order to develop joint work in this sense. Thank you. Ulfa. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, everyone. Well, I have little to add, but I would like to acknowledge the years that we have been able to collaborate with the Statistics Division of ECLAC in this area, or a collaboration that has also enabled us in the past few months to take those estimations for small areas in order to estimate the magnitude of potentials or possible emissions in censuses, or the sub-estimation in population censuses. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else asking for the floor. We were just saying with Rolando that this the moment that we're very well poised in order to work with these tools, because most of us have already conducted censuses, and that provides us with base information which is very relevant. And so we should continue to do that work. Without further ado, then, we close today's session. Rolando, before we conclude, I would just like to make two comments. In addition to expressing my gratitude to the three presenters, at 6:15 we will be holding a meeting with the directors of NSOs. This is a closed meeting which will enable us to talk about the issue of censuses. And tomorrow we will also be holding a meeting. Well, both of these meetings will be in Room Medina at 8:45, invited by INEGI Mexico as a member of the board of the Statistics Commission, on what Stefan Schweitzer mentioned during his presentation related to the suggestion to expand the number of board members. That meeting will be held at between 8:45 and 9:45, so that we can then participate in this event. And tomorrow's meeting will be held in room Celso Furtado, which is the room downstairs. You won't have to. It's on the ground floor, room Celso Furtado, where we will meet tomorrow and on Thursday. Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you very much, everyone. May you have an excellent evening. See you all tomorrow.